What's a mook?
A mook? What's a mook?
You can't call me a mook.
I can't?
No.
I give you mook. Hey, it's a mook.
Okay, hi everybody. We're back doing now episode 3 of our horror Halloween movie themes for the month of October. I am the co-host Oliver Drawson with
Kevin Rosberg.
And we're going to be doing our episode today on the topic of the horror subgenre of the haunted house theme.
Oh, I love haunted houses.
It's staple. It's, I don't know, maybe it's almost like the original scary story kind of idea. I mean, like, the cool thing about ghosts is it's one of the few sort of supernatural entities that crosses just about every culture that exists.
You know what? I was having a thought today earlier, actually. You might find this thought interesting, or maybe it's just stupid, but I was like, why does it always have to be like a haunted house where the people are being killed? Why can't it just be a house where good things are happening?
Like with a good spirit that's
I guess.
making helpful
maybe
things.
That would just be a boring movie. I was thinking about it. I'm just like, we always, or like maybe it's a romantic ghost. It's a ghost where a person goes and they fall in love. I don't know.
I'm sure that, might exist. There's like a ghost looking for another lonely ghost. And I don't know. It's like, I feel if it's a house that has a spirit that's doing a lot of just good deeds for the family.
Yeah.
I almost feel like you're almost falling into angel territory. It's like, oh, we've got a haunted angel giving us gifts constantly.
Yeah.
Which is...
I want to let everybody know that I'm eating a little mini Reese's peanut butter cup. You know how it is around Halloween. You get those candies come out at the shelves. And that's a shout out to our sponsor, the Mars Company. Hershey's, I don't know.
We wanted to combine some sort of ASMR techniques to this show. So when we're not, talking about movies, you'll be hearing just some nice tingly sounds. Yeah.
Trick or treat.
When he's picking like the nugget out of his teeth, it's just, it's unlike any other sound you can imagine. It's what keeps us going.
Yeah. Well, anyway, so running right along into our talking about haunted house movies here.
And I guess, we should, make it specific that, there's a number of, ghost movies that aren't exactly haunted houses, but that is kind of what we're trying to kind of not include ghost stories that don't sort of fit into a haunted house or a haunted facility of some kind. Yeah, some sort of sheltered area that contains a ghost. So, I don't know. Well, I guess my thought was when I was doing a little bit of homework before starting this was I was trying to figure out what would be like the first kind of official haunted house movie, or at least maybe what's the first noteworthy real big successful haunted house movie. And there's definitely a bunch of old, that's kind of called like the old dark house kind of subgenres, but they're not necessarily ghost related. It's just there's always been, I think, movies about an old creepy house where
something bad is happening.
Something's happening, but I don't know. From my point of view, I'd say like one of the earliest kind of haunted house movies that I can kind of think of is a movie from the 1940s called The Uninvited. Have you ever heard of this movie?
Yeah, I actually I came across it when I was doing some research too, and I went and watched the trailer, but I haven't seen the movie.
Yeah, I have seen it. It's been quite a while. I remember liking it. It's kind of really different from a lot of later ones. Obviously, they were kind of, I guess at that point, kind of still like inventing the genre of what a ghost, movie would be. But I don't think, it's not a movie that's filled with a lot of special effects, but there's definitely some ghostly moments. And I thought for the time, I think it's like 1944, I thought the ghostly effects were actually, pretty well done for that time. And so, yeah, I don't know. That's like the oldest one I can kind of maybe think of. I'm like, there's probably some ghost stories from like the 30s, but I can't.
Well, I would sort of think so. And, because I've also heard radio plays from back in the day, like probably from the 30s, that were these kind of haunted house movies. Or it could be like rather than it being ghosts or whatever, it might have been some sort of a murder or something takes place in the house in the middle of the night, and they hear a scream and they wake up and the person's disappeared, something like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I think there's also like a number of a lot of like the early like ghost movies seem to work themselves well for comedies. Like there'd be old there was an old classic like Mickey Mouse cartoon where they were essentially like Mickey, Goofy, and Donald were all like essentially Ghostbusters going out looking to catch ghosts. And there's also a movie called Ghost Breakers, which I swear must have been an influence on Ghostbusters later on, but it was an old like 1939 movie with like Bob Hope. And I had to watch it just to kind of see like, how influential was this maybe on later movies. And
wait, when was it from then?
I think like 1939 or something.
Oh, so it was definitely before
yeah, but I can't remember if you actually really see See, the thing is there's a lot of old ghost movies where there's not necessarily an actual ghost. It's almost more like, people are kind of blaming a mystery on a ghost that could sometimes turn out to maybe be an actual human culprit, kind of in a Scooby-Doo kind of way, right?
Yeah.
Where
I kind of like those stories too, actually. And that would probably be a little bit more like the radio plays that I was listening to as well.
Right. Okay. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah. There's I don't know if we want to, how soon we want to jump into our lists. There's definitely movies I could talk about that aren't on my list, but they might be on your list. So I don't want to, jump the gun and jump into anything, that could be meant for a little bit later on. Mm-hmm. But there's actually, just from talking to you a little bit before the show, there's definitely a few titles I definitely know that you haven't seen. I guess I could bring up some of those, but maybe you also have some titles you might want to bring up. I know you haven't seen The Legend of Hell House.
Yeah, no. Again, I was watching the trailer for that today too. Yeah. Again, I was going over a list of a lot of the different famous haunted house movies out there. It's another one of those genres where I'm so drawn to the concept of haunted houses and sort of the intimacy of that setting, and just a group of people within a house going through some kind of dark, traumatic, haunting experience has a lot of appeal to me. It kind of reminds you of staying over at your grandparents and being in the dark and, I don't know, seeing weird foreign things on the wall or something.
I feel like everyone can kind of relate to it because, we all kind of grew up in a house, or at least an apartment or something that, at least had kind of like, 4 walls, a roof, and a floor. And as long as you got some corners where there's some shadows, it's very easy to scare yourself thinking, did somebody die in this place 30 years ago? I don't know.
I think that's too where maybe the inherent desire to tell stories about haunted houses comes from. Like, for one thing, a lot of the time in these movies, it's characters who are in a foreign place, right? So they're maybe staying at the house, but it's not their home. Or they've just moved in there, for instance. That's a classic thing. It's like, hey, we're going to move into this creepy looking house. Oh, yeah, well, it'll be a fixer-upper. And then they get haunted in the process of that happening. Or, it's a place that they stumble upon, or there's kids who have suspicions about it, or for whatever the reason they're led there. But it's usually, or quite often, a foreign... there's an aspect of it being a foreign space, right?
Yeah, it's always like a new place. It's very rarely that you watch a ghost movie where you right away follow the characters, where it's a family who've been in the same house for 15 years and they're just dealing with a ghost that entire time. It doesn't really work, right? And also, I mean, that's kind of how these things work in real life. I mean, whether or not you actually believe in ghosts, there's at least, historical incidences or stories of families moving into properties where they feel that they're apparently haunted and they're dealing with stuff. It's always a new location that they move into, usually some property that's got some marked up great deal that they don't know why. And it's not until after the fact that they realize the catch is that, there was some maybe horrible murders there before. And I don't know, honestly, it's something
or somebody committed suicide.
Yeah. It's something I think about a lot. Anytime I move to a new place, even though I won't say it, it does always cross my mind, even if I'm kind of like half jokingly thinking it. I'm just sort of always in my head like, what was the history here? Like, you know, because a lot of the times people do die in properties, you know, especially if it's an elderly person, they might just, you know, pass away there, or accidents happen. And it's not a thing that has to be disclosed. Like I think it's a gray area where I think if you decide to ask, say like a realtor, they might, you know, have to, you know, tell you the truth about any history about the place, but they don't, you know, they don't have to discuss any of those details if you don't push them into it. So yeah, you don't always know where you're going to be, what the history is of the place you're moving into.
Well, I always think that too, because, well, listeners wouldn't know this, but I've talked to you a little bit about my days when I was doing body removal. And so I used to work for a funeral home, I worked for a company that was contracted by funeral homes to go pick up their deceased and, you know, bring them back to the funeral homes. And we used to have to do a lot of house calls. So it would be in the case of like unexpected death, somebody's dying of a disease or whatever. Maybe they're elderly or they're just dying from whatever cause. But they have decided they want to pass away at home. And so they get set up there with a hospital bed, and there's a nurse that usually checks up on them. But there's plenty of houses where people, like, they pass away in these homes. And I'm sure nobody knows, like, I mean, we picked up from countless different homes where a person would have chosen to pass away there. And I'm sure that when they sold the home, that information probably didn't get passed on to whoever was buying it.
Yeah, it's probably like a need to know thing, you know, and it's not really a thing that people need to know. But I guess
not even that I think it matters that much, though. Really, it's like, especially if it's not some kind of traumatic death, like, you know, if there was like a homicide or a suicide or something there, it would be a little different.
Yeah.
Or if somebody was badly abused or imprisoned there or something.
But I mean,
like,
it shouldn't really have much of an effect on the value of the property unless you have, you know, sort of some sort of spiritual outlook on the world. Like the thing is, there's a lot of people who...
I wouldn't have a problem moving into one. I'd just be like, whatever.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of people who believe in ghosts, but there's also so many people who don't believe in ghosts that I think that's a big reason why these things aren't brought up. If 70% of the population strictly believed that ghosts were a very real thing, then maybe the rules would be changed that they would have to make it a mandatory thing to discuss that stuff. But it's clearly just not, you know, a concern for most people to make it, you know, a mandatory thing to discuss the history of the property when it comes to that stuff. You know, they'll usually talk about the history of the plumbing or the electric wires. But
well, that's what's important.
Yeah.
But did you know? So I was watching Dahmer earlier this year, the show that's like about Jeffrey Dahmer. And so there's a whole little chunk of his life when he was living with his grandmother. And while he was living with her, he, you know, killed a bunch of people and then cut them up in her basement and was like dissolving their bodies and doing things like that, storing them in this locked room.
I didn't know he was doing it that earlier. I always thought that it was later when he had his own place that he was doing it.
No, he did a bunch of it in his grandmother's house. And so I got curious and I went and looked up like the address of where that house is. And you can go onto Google Street View. There it is, Jeffrey Dahmer's grandmother's house. And it's like somebody's living there. I don't know if they know.
Well, I mean, it's clearly a museum at this point, right?
Well, you'd think, but it's an interesting question. Like, would you move into that house? Because there's my morbid curiosity would almost be like, I'd like to move into that.
Here's the weird thing is it's like, for me, some reason, the big difference is just the knowledge of knowing about it, right? Like, as long as I'm aware of what I'm moving into, that somehow it's weirdly like I might more likely move into it if I knew exactly what happened, even if it was morbid. It's almost more the idea of just like, I don't know what happened here. But if someone was like, no, this is specifically what happened, it was the Dahmer stuff. I mean, I probably still wouldn't want to move in, but...
You mean as opposed to just... There were some people murdered in this basement.
Well, like it's the unknown where your imagination can just kind of run wild. Well,
if you didn't know at all, then it probably wouldn't matter, right? So if you were just like, nobody, like, I have no idea what happened here, but I have no reason to think that there's anything.
I mean, if you could work it to your advantage, like, I mean, if I moved into that Dahmer house, I probably would turn it into sort of a tourist attraction and try to like make some money off of it. I mean, that would probably be my justification to move into that place. I mean, I know, like,
if there's a,
yeah,
if you're allowed to do that.
Yeah. Or like, I don't know. I remember, Trent Reznor, when he was recording his album, The Downward Spiral, like, he was renting out the Tate Mansion and purposely recorded there, knowing the history about it. He's thinking that, maybe it would actually add a sort of ambiance or energy to it, which maybe it did. But obviously, he didn't live there for much longer after that was recorded. I think it was more about having it as a studio.
Yeah.
And then he kind of moved on from that. Honestly, I would really like to live in a murder-free property if I can, that would really be the best. I mean, maybe if it was a property where a loved one of yours died, because I think there could be maybe some comfort that you're like, well, if it's a ghost of a loved one, then maybe it could feel more like a guardian angel situation where you're like, well, this person, if they are trapped here, would maybe be looking out for me as opposed to trying to mess with me, Well,
especially if it wasn't something traumatic, right? Because again, murder, suicide type of things, that's a bit of a different, you'd think there's a bit of a different energy that comes from that.
Well, the problem is that's usually the idea classically of why they're a ghost in the first place, is that they died in some unnatural, violent way, which is why they kind of ended up trapped here. While I guess the idea is if you have like a very natural death, there isn't really any reason for you to be a ghost. You don't have any unfinished business and you should hopefully pass on through. But who really knows the rules, right? So I guess anything is possible when talking about this stuff. Just going back to just like the Legend of Hell House. It's an okay movie. Not one of my favorites. But the thing I guess I would say about that one is just I actually read the book, which I didn't know at the time was
so you have
the book's just called Hell House. And okay. I remember I bought it maybe just like a used bookstore when I was like a preteen, and I was just like, oh, this kind of looks neat. Maybe I'll just like read this for a bit. And I don't know at what point I realized it was the same story. The book was actually quite good. Like it's done very, I don't know what like the term would be when like a book kind of feels like a documentary, but like, everything was very like dated and precise, and it felt like you were kind of reading a very documented thing. And it was also written by Richard Matheson, who, if anybody out there listening recognizes that name, he's probably most famous for his work for The Twilight Zone. He wrote some of the best Twilight Zone episodes, and he's just great at interesting concepts and with twist endings. And so I was just kind of like, oh, well, this is like his big haunted house kind of project. So, that seemed, that kind of piqued my interest. And the movie's fine. It's like, did you ever see Grindhouse? Like the Tarantino, Robert Rodriguez thing? Oh, because when they made those Grindhouse movies, they also made a whole bunch of fake trailers. And there was one trailer that Edgar Wright made called Don't. And more than any other movie that's probably making fun of is Legend of Hell House.
I see. Well, it's nice when you know the references.
Yeah. It definitely adds an extra level of enjoyment to it. Although you could watch that trailer Don't, and you could enjoy it without seeing the movie and you'd still get it. But it's like certain shots are just almost like absolute replicas of Legend of Hell House. So yeah, I don't know if you saw Don't and you kind of were hoping to see that as a real movie, or you like the vibe of it, maybe check out Legend of Hell House. It's early 70s. It's got Roddy McDowell, bunch of other people.
Yeah, check out the trailer at least. I was pretty intrigued by the trailer.
Yeah, it's not a bad one.
Yeah, there was a whole bunch on that list that I thought, damn, I got to watch a bunch of these. But surprisingly, a number of more recent ones too, like within the last 20 years. Because I was kind of like, I thought most of the ones that I'd be most curious to see would be from older times, like, the 1980s and earlier.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Especially because you'd think like, compared to a lot of other movies, like ghost movies should be like some of the easier ones to do. You can have like doors opening and closing, but you don't actually have to worry about creating a giant costumed monster,
Yeah.
you know? But yeah, there's not, especially as you go farther back, there's not like a large amount of ghost movies the way there are maybe with like, I don't know, like giant bugs or, you know, anthropomorphic monsters.
Well, it's interesting too, because like when you think about haunted house movies, and I was trying to think of some of the ones that I'd watched, some came up that I'm like, this is not really a haunted house movie, but it has some of the vibes that I like in a haunted house movie, like Psycho, for instance. So, you know, you look up on the hill and you can see the house off in the distance, and you know there's some dark things going on in there.
Yeah. Well,
And it has like the vibe of a haunted house movie in many ways, but it's...
I mean, here's
would you classify it as one?
I wouldn't, but here's an interesting theory about Psycho is who's to say that the Psycho house isn't haunted by Norman Bates' mother, and that maybe could actually be the real reason that he experienced his split personality. I mean, what if he's actually being truly possessed by the ghost of his mother, who I'm pretty sure her character did die in that house. And, you know, I don't think it's something that people like really talk about a lot. It would obviously just be kind of like a theory, but it's very plausible that, you know, maybe the ghost of Norman's mom is haunting and possessing him.
Yeah. I mean, it's not a bad theory. It definitely has some weight to it.
I don't know. Did you want to? Were there any movies maybe not on your list you wanted to talk about, or I could bring up a few others? But
maybe we should talk about some movies from recent times that come up for you. Haunted house movies from like within the last, I don't know, 10 years or so. I saw this movie a little while back called The Babadook. Have you ever seen that movie?
Yeah, I have seen The Babadook.
What did you think of that?
I liked it. I think what was the problem for me with that movie is that movie was hyped up to a level where the people who told me about that movie were like, this movie has created a character that is the most iconic boogeyman who he's probably the scariest thing that's come along in 30 years.
Yeah.
And it was really hyped up for me. That was kind of how it was hyped up, as like this is like the next iconic monster, and this is like the scariest movie in at least a few decades.
Yeah, and I really don't think it's that, to be honest.
No.
It also depends too much on jump scares, as I recall. Trying to remember exactly.
I will say I really like the design of the Babadook. Like I do think that's an image that kind of before that movie came out, I would sort of think of things that looked like that as kind of like, you know, a worst case scenario type of thing that you could maybe like see. But the Babadook's not in it very much. Not that that's a bad thing, but the movie's definitely...
Well, a lot of it is like the little book or whatever, right?
It's really almost more psychological horror in many ways, dealing a lot with metaphors. I mean, there's a lot to be said about if the Babadook himself is maybe just a metaphor for grief in of itself. So the movie ended up kind of, I don't know, it's like the movie was not nearly as scary as it was promoted to me. But it was also a lot deeper than I was expecting it to be, as far as being like, oh, this is almost borderline trying to, you know, going more for like a drama character study, than going truly kind of like for the scares. I kind of completely forgot for some reason. I didn't even think to consider Babadook on my list, but, because I guess like the Babadook, he's not exactly a ghost himself, right? It's not like the Babadook was once a living guy who died. It's kind of like this entity.
That's okay. It doesn't mean that I don't think that it has to be a person who was once alive. It's just some kind of ghostly infestation. I mean, it certainly seems to be haunting the property. It's just a question of, is the Babadook just a part of the woman's psyche itself? Right.
But yeah, no, I mean, I think when I watched it, I just appreciated at the time, just, you know, when there's so many unoriginal movies, I just appreciated that it was an original, you know, film. Yeah. And kind of nice to see something coming from Australia.
That was an Australian movie.
Yeah. Cause like there's only, Australia's obviously like they're just making, more and more movies, but you know, there's in my mind, it's still like, as opposed to the entirety of horror movies, like, you know, they've really only got like a handful of horror films. So it's nice to add Babadook to the pile.
Yeah, that's true. um, yeah, we could get into our top 10 here and talk about which ones we really liked most and which ones had an impression on us.
There's before we go, I just wanted to say, because there is one other kind of like older ghost movie. I want to just bring it up if you've heard of it before, because it's kind of it's considered a classic. It's actually a classic book that got turned into a movie, and it's been remade a number of times. Are you familiar with a movie called The Innocents? It's based on a book called The Turn of the Screw. And,
okay, this was another movie that came up on as I was like researching movies that I should watch. So I hadn't heard of it before, but I know of it now.
Okay, yeah, that's a movie I would really like to revisit. I don't think I've seen that movie since I was a pretty young wee lad, and
when did that come out again?
I want to say this is probably like 1960.
Yeah, I was going to say it was sometime.
Yeah. It's actually so it's a movie about this woman who is she's been hired to take care of these two young children, and just over time she kind of just starts becoming more and more paranoid, and she's kind of seeing things, and she's starting to basically think that the property is haunted, and also maybe that their spirits maybe even possessing the children. But it's all very like subtle. It's very psychological the way they go about it, and so I think as a kid I was watching it, I didn't really appreciate that factor much. I was constantly just like waiting for the ghosts to appear, but I would love to rewatch it because it is considered a classic, and it's a really well made movie, and I think I would get a lot more out of it now. Actually, the boy in the movie, not long after the movie was made, kind of played the leader of the creepy kid in Village of the Damned, which is another old classic movie where they kind of domed him with a kind of a bleach blonde little wig. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know really anything else that this kid did, but he kind of back to back made two classic horror movies, which was The Innocents and Village of the Damned. So
I wonder what that kid is doing now.
Yeah, I'm sure all good things. Right, I don't think those experiences would have warped him into into anything too crazy.
Like, you know how it is with sometimes those kids who are in like a classic movie when they're child actors and then they grow up and never act again. Like I think that happened with the kid who played Charlie in Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory.
Well, I have a feeling about the kid from The Innocents. I'm pretty sure probably went on to some great stuff, because one thing about his role in both of those movies is he was really good at playing characters wise beyond their years. Because in Village of the Damned, he's essentially, it's a whole, it's a village of kids that are essentially kind of half alien. They're just brilliant kind of evil kids. And in The Innocents, he's a kid who's also at times being kind of possessed by an elderly ghost, or at least that's the impression it gives off. So, so they obviously had to have found a very intelligent, mature kid who would be able to be believable doing that.
Yeah, I mean that's got to be a challenging role or a challenging part to cast. It's like where do you find somebody who can do that? I mean, I can't think of.
Yeah,
I would think that'd be hard for most kid actors to do.
He was a British actor too, so I mean that kind of helps too. Just that little,
just the fact
having
that
a little British accent coming in, just adds a few extra IQ points.
And there's something about like British actors, man. It seems like so many great actors come from Britain, and I don't exactly know why that is, but
I've heard it's something to do with partly just like I've heard just the process of how they work is just a lot stricter. They're a little bit more I don't know. Yeah, like
they've developed the British technique.
They've developed techniques that are just, they really need to know their stuff. And I guess I've heard with some British actors when they come over and do either American movies or television, they're kind of shocked at how much more kind of laid back it is. So maybe that has something to do with why we get a lot of, British actors kind of, taking a lot of the parts. But yeah, I don't know. If you want, we can jump to the top 10 unless there's any other movies you want to talk about, maybe that aren't on your top 10, and we can briefly chat about those.
Yeah, so probably some that I have. Well, like so, for instance, yesterday when we were talking about gothic horror, we were touched upon Crimson Peak, and that was the Guillermo del Toro movie, I believe. And it's like, that's a movie where, again, I didn't love the movie that much, but the setting was really on point. It's such a cool house that they're in. And sometimes that's enough to make you want to watch a movie again.
Yeah.
You know?
Like, I think if you were fairly young, if you were like maybe like 12, you could probably just watch that movie and just really enjoy it. And even get like, you know, some of the scares out of it. And
well, the part of enjoying a movie really is just going into the world and kind of being present there for a period of time. It's not necessarily soaking up and appreciating the story, although that's like definitely helps.
mm-hmm. Yeah, hopefully if there's like a hidden rated R director's cut of Crimson Peak, I would love to see that. Who knows? Maybe one day. Mm-hmm. There was a couple of other titles I kind of wanted to briefly bring up before jumping in. But I don't know if they're movies that you've seen, so I don't have to go into them deeply. I did want to bring up 13 Ghosts, I guess, because that's kind of a bit of a. I'm talking just a bit about the movies that almost made my list and just barely didn't. So I just wanted to briefly talk about them. And when I say 13 Ghosts, I'm actually talking about the remake, not the original William Castle film, which I've also seen. But I actually enjoyed 13 Ghosts. I didn't find it scary at all, but it's just a very fun movie. I think the thing I liked most about it is that there are 13 ghosts. Like they really made an effort to make 13 really unique, individual, creepy characters. And just watching these sort of parapsychologist characters kind of going into this this house to deal with them. And also the way that they kind of deal with the house, it's a very different design. It's kind of like a haunted house within a house. It's all kind of done with this sort of clear kind of plexi cut glass. So everything's kind of translucent and everything's kind of like able to move around. And then they wear these kind of glasses that allow them to see the ghosts. But I don't know. Yeah, it was very different. In some ways I was put off when I first saw the trailer because I'm like, oh, this is everything that I don't like in a haunted house, which is that it doesn't look like a house. Where are all like the dark shadows in the corners? It's like everything's lit up and you see it all. It was like going more for this like kind of like almost like futuristic thing.
Well, that's a different approach to take, but that's kind of in many ways what The Shining does too. Hey? Yeah. And it to quite a strong effect.
Yeah. So, okay, there's one more movie I wanted to just briefly bring up before we go in, which is The Changeling.
Now, there's a number of these movies, too, like remakes and stuff. So there was the one from, what was it, the
early
70s or early 80s
yeah.
or something, yeah.
And are those other Changeling movies, are they remakes or are they possibly just... Are they just same titles, possibly?
Well, one of them was Angelina Jolie in 2008. That's the one that I usually think of. Then there was this 2006 movie. There was a 2019 movie. Like, I don't know. It's just a very common title. Changeling.
I'm pretty sure that the Angelina Jolie movie is not in any way associated. I don't think it's even a ghost movie. I could be wrong,
but I kind of feel like the Changeling.
Well,
Changeling with Angelina Jolie.
Yeah.
I thought it was like a...
Because the term itself, changeling, isn't really associated with ghosts. In the ghost movie, the changeling, it makes sense. When you watch the movie, there is a reason the movie's called The Changeling. And it does have a creepy connotation to it. But I think when other movies are called The Changeling, there's a good chance that it's not about ghosts, unless with all of those movies, though, I wouldn't be surprised if at least one of them is a remake.
Yeah. Okay. No. So one of them is for sure.
Okay.
Just got to figure out which one.
Well, the neat thing about The Changeling, with me and Kevin, we're up in Canada. We're actually in Vancouver, and a large part of The Changeling was actually shot in Vancouver. So
of the original,
the original one, it's a George C. Scott movie.
Yeah, I was noticing that.
Yeah,
too.
The reason I bring it up, like this movie actually almost made my top 10. I kind of briefly, I very quickly switched it out at the last minute with another movie. But it was that's how good this movie is. It was really almost in the top 10, and I wanted to make sure I talked about it a little bit because it actually was one of the ones that I remember as a kid. It genuinely did creep me out. And as far as like the old, like when it comes to like haunted house movies, they picked a great house. Like it's a very, like the haunted house, it's this big old fashioned mansion with this really creepy attic in the top.
Oh, well, wouldn't you know, The Changeling from 1980 is also streaming on Tubi.
Oh, there you go. So, hey guys,
man,
you
so
can,
many good movies on Tubi.
Well, it's the great thing. If you guys,
and we now cut to a message from our sponsor, Tubi.
Well, now that me and Kevin have finished counting our bills, we can get back to the show. Thank you, Tubi. Yeah. But yeah, no. For me, the great thing about if you guys are a fan of like these older horror movies, it's actually really easy to find a lot of these online.
Yeah, you were saying you found a bunch of them on YouTube. Hey?
Yeah,
there's like a lot of the classic ones, especially.
I thought maybe these were videos that were recently uploaded, due to like Halloween coming up. But I'm like, no, these have been uploaded for a while. They've just slipped through the cracks because, honestly, I don't think most people do look for these movies, and so they managed to stay up.
Or maybe they're like not profitable or something.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes they're not the greatest quality, In
fact, maybe even the most profitable they can be is to get views on YouTube. Like through advertising. I don't know. Maybe that's just what they figure is. But I remember with The Changeling, there was just like certain things that just really creeped me out as a kid. For one thing, like the ghost in the movie is a child ghost themselves. And it almost kind of the reason why I didn't put this movie on my top 10 is it's also kind of a murder mystery, which I'm a fan of. But when it comes to murder mysteries, they don't always have the best rewatch value for me. Because, once you kind of know once the mystery's kind of solved, it can sometimes take away a lot with future viewings. But, there's just, the movie had a bunch of like neat little scenes. I remember there's one part where George C. Scott, he's just like on the piano and he's playing the piano, and there's one particular key and it's broken. It doesn't work. And he's like, he's trying to like test it out and see what's wrong. And he eventually just, walks away from the piano, and the camera just kind of like lingers in the piano for a while after that. And there's just a brief like moment where you just hear that broken key just bong, it just gets hit by itself. And it was it was just little things like that where you're just sort of like, oh, okay. Like this was kind of early in the movie where it's kind of leading up to there's something in the house. Yeah. And you gotta appreciate the way they drop those little subtle things in early on without going full balls to the wall, having, scary faces pop out at you and flying across the room or whatever. Yeah. You have these like subtle things. That was something that I thought the Paranormal Activity movie, the first one, did really well as well, because I remember that was a movie that, and sorry, I don't want to pull away from what you were just talking about.
You know what? I think I'm done with The Changeling. So let's go on to Paranormal Activity.
Well, let's move over and talk about Paranormal Activity then. Yeah, because that was a movie that I was quite impressed with the subtlety of it, and yet the amount of scares that it manages and the amount of tension that it creates, just uncomfortable, creepy tension, and the gradual build of it too, because there'll be things like where, okay, you're watching the video footage and just a light in the room like flicks on and then it flicks off. And it's like, what a simple little effect, but it's the power of a stationary shot and the power of suggestion of the audience believes there's nobody in that room. What's flicking this light on? It's just a creepy thing.
And I've never really been all that crazy about found footage movies.
Right, exactly.
And yet there's something about, with Paranormal Activity, I mean, I almost wished that I wished it almost could have had the marketing the way the Blair Witch was, where if the movie could have truly tried to convince me that that it was real, it would have made it much more creepier, because a lot of the stuff that happens in it is kind of sort of realistic for something that could be captured on a camera. But I think because I knew it was a movie, maybe it did come off a little bit like underplayed to me. Weirdly enough, I think it was like the more subtle things, like the simpler things actually creep me out more than the bigger scares in Paranormal Activity. Because like the simpler scares, I was just kind of like, oh God, like it, even though I knew it wasn't real, I was like, this feels real, you know?
Yeah.
I remember Spielberg was really, I think he was kind of like the original guy who really promoted that movie, being like, this movie scared me. And that was, I think, a big part that kind of intrigued me, being like, oh, well, yeah, if Spielberg's got a lot to say about this, maybe I should check this one out. And I think maybe I've seen one or maybe two other Paranormal Activities. That seems like a lot. Like I'd be surprised if I've seen three other movies, but I've definitely seen the first one. I mean, like that's the main one I think of. I wasn't crazy about it. I think the way a lot of other people were, but again, it was the thing where I was most into the ideas. It's like the experience didn't scare me, but I was just like, man, if this was real, this would be terrifying.
Yeah, totally. And that's just it, is that it does feel so real, or it's so relatable the way that things are depicted. You know, you can imagine things like this going on in your own home and how you'd feel if you were laying there in bed and, just the light comes on. Or else, even for instance, like, I don't know if you've ever had this experience, maybe if you had a window open in your room and then your door suddenly slams shut.
Yeah.
Because that happens in my bedroom all the time. And it's just, what is it? It's like the way that the air ends up moving through your room. And then suddenly the door is creepily closing. And my door kind of creaks too. So it's like,
I've definitely had some creaky doors
shut.
Yeah.
And you're just like, wow, what the fuck? That made me jump like...
Especially if it happens like late at night, because it's so quiet at night that even the smallest noises are like startling. Yeah. So when something like that happens, and I mean, it's like it might as well have been a ghost. I mean, like that's the feeling it has. Like it doesn't really feel like a natural thing, but it's been a little while since I've had that, but I definitely know that feeling where just a door slams, or I've even had the opposite.
Or something like falls off your shelf because it was just leaning in the wrong way for too long, and it gradually slides, and then it just.
Well, I also used to have I also had a really creaky door, and sometimes it would like kind of open itself. It would just kind of just like it was just kind of like, I don't know, loosen itself out. And then you would just see this slow, it wasn't even about the door slowly opening. It was the slow creaking sound that just made it straight out of like a horror movie. And, I don't know. It's such a simple thing, but it still's like this, it's still atmospheric. And there's always a part of you being like, it's the wind, right? Like,
but it never is.
Okay, so there's one last title I want to briefly bring up before we jump in.
Okay.
And that's Event Horizon, which, because it's a haunted house movie, but it's not. It's a haunted spaceship movie, but it's the only real haunted house spaceship I can really think of. I mean, there's, maybe Solaris you could maybe almost throw into that category, but that's not really ghosts. Event Horizon is, it's a haunted spaceship, and I don't know. I think it's worth at least briefly bringing up in the haunted house channel, because I don't think I'll be bringing it up in any of our other shows. I don't know what can I say about this one. Well, it stars Sam Neill, who is great and no stranger to doing a lot of weird horror movies. So he fits in perfectly with this. I don't know. Yeah, it's got that atmosphere that kind of Alien has, except instead of an alien on the ship, it's some sort of like spirit entity, as well as they arrive from a spaceship to another spaceship that also has a whole bunch of corpses on it. So, that could also be making it more haunted. I don't know. I guess there's not a whole lot I want to say, just because I know Kevin hasn't seen it, and I don't want to really spoil anything if you do plan on watching it, but it's
sometimes we just go ahead and spoil things, and other times we don't.
Yeah, well,
it's hit and miss.
We're more than welcome to spoil things for our listeners, but we have a little bit more respect for each other, and we won't spoil a movie that we know the other person maybe hasn't seen. But
although I will probably have forgotten it by the time I get around to watching it, but whatever.
Just set your alarm clock to a voice automated thing, just saying Event Horizon, and just wake up to it every morning, and eventually you'll probably see the movie. Well, what, let me just, I haven't really said that much about it, but just, what are your thoughts on even just that idea? Like, do you have any interest in a haunted spaceship, or do you kind of feel like, oh, that's maybe, genres colliding? I don't know.
Well, I kind of like the idea of genres colliding. I mean, I think we were talking about this when we were recording our gothic horror episode. We were talking about originality and how if you want to come up with an original idea, sometimes a good starting place is just to put an odd combination together that you wouldn't normally see, right? And it's like, how many space horror films do you have? I mean, especially if it's like particularly a space like horror subgenre film, like a haunted house in space kind of thing, like what you're talking about.
Well, it would have been so. Oh, sorry. Go on.
Yeah, well, just the fact that you can put a combination like that together and go, I don't think I've ever seen something like that, or at least I can't think of many movies that are like that. There's certainly not going to be a lot of them, and it's one of those things where people always say everything's been done before. I don't think it's true, for starters, and secondly, if it has been done before, well, a lot of things probably haven't been done that many times before. Yeah. So it's like, okay, maybe there's maybe a haunted house in space has been done before, but there's only like 4 or 5 of them out there, and they're all unique in their own way because they also, they explore that concept in very different ways.
Yeah. Well, when I hear someone say everything's been done before, that translates to me as someone basically just saying, like, I can't think of anything original, therefore everything has been done.
Yeah.
I mean, like, they so easily could have made Event Horizon a creature feature, with like, what was killing all this crew? And then like they open up a compartment and there's an alien in there. And, that would have been the sort of typical go-to kind of plot point. So I just kind of like that they didn't do that this time, that they were like, no, they kind of went more for a cosmic horror, which is, well, I mean, that's a whole kind of subgenre in general that I just don't feel, that there's enough of. And especially when it comes to movies, it seems like cosmic horror is a really kind of hard subgenre to really do correctly. Kind of works a little bit better in literature, but I don't know why we don't see more of it in movies. But you do get a little bit of it with Event Horizon. And it's also, I don't know, there's just that extra element of, yes, it's like, it's a haunted spaceship, but it's like, when you're in a haunted house, there's always that element of like, just leave. Just move. So kind of a different story when you're floating in the middle of nowhere in space.
That's interesting too, because the idea of going to space is usually that you can get away from everything.
Yeah. But in space, no one can hear you scream.
Yeah, that too.
Yeah.
Well, and that's just it. Is space comes with all of its own horrors,
Yeah. But yeah, I don't know. Well, those were just some titles I wanted to just kind of like, just briefly mention before we kind of really get into the nitty gritty list of ours. I don't know if do you want to give off your number 10 first, or
well, I'm still kind of looking over this, and there's some movies that I'd kind of like to talk about, but that, you know what, I'm just going to sort of jump into, let me just see here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, okay. Let me just kind of combine all these together, because I'm gonna put this at my number 10. It's Casper. Remember the movie Casper?
So when Casper first came out, I was at an age where I was just avoiding a lot of things that were geared for kids. It was that period where I think I was a preteen and I was the most wanting to just be like, I want to be a teenager now, And so, like, I remember even like when Lion King first came out, it's just kind of like, I'm done with these Disney like these animations. And so I kind of had to do a catch up later on. Like I had to catch up to a lot of these like mid 90s kind of kids movies. And that was kind of what happened with Casper. I remember I was still fairly young. I think it was in my teens when I saw Casper, and it's grown on me.
Like, I think it's a very charming little innocent kind of spooky kids haunted house ghost story,
Yeah.
And I kind of like movies like that. So this is where I say I'm kind of lumping 3 movies together. I also wrote down The Haunted Mansion and Phantom of the Megaplex, which is probably a movie that people won't have heard of. Have you heard of Phantom of the Megaplex?
I've heard of it.
It was like a Disney Channel original movie, so it's like a TV movie. But it's about again, it's just such like a silly kind of childish movie. But I loved watching it when I was I don't know, 12, 13 or whatever. And it was just because it was so safe, but kind of had that spooky element of there's this phantom running around the movie theater and you don't know who he is. And it's like kind of spooky whenever he makes an appearance. But it was supposed to be like a play on Phantom of the Opera, but it was Phantom of the Megaplex. So this movie theater, and this phantom is there to kind of sabotage this big premiere night at the movie theater. And again, just charming little film. Probably if you went and watched it, you'd think it was lame and cheesy, but for me, I just have very warm feelings of watching this movie. And it's kind of the same thing with Casper or a movie like Haunted Mansion. And it's like it kind of just warms your soul a little bit because it's easy and it's not a heavy movie. It's not supposed to be all that scary. It's just kind of like kids who are having fun. But there's also some weird, eerie things going on at the same time.
Did you you were, I'm guessing you were still pretty young when you saw Phantom of the Megaplex. Was that before or after Casper?
It probably came out in the year 2000, so I was like 11.
Okay.
And that would have been after I'd seen Casper.
Mm-hmm.
Funny enough, like we had a public library and we always used to rent movies there. And that was where we got Casper, but they only had it in French. So I'd like watched it in French a bunch of times.
Casper.
Yeah. So I had like no idea. And this is maybe a testament to what I liked about it was.
So wait, are you saying the first time you saw Casper was in French?
Yeah. And so, but what I will say about that is that's kind of a testament to
the storytelling.
Well, no, more so to what I was drawn to these movies for, which is like the atmosphere and the environment and the vibe that it gives off, you know?
Yeah.
And I think that's often the first thing that immediately attracts me to some of these movies, like haunted house movies, especially if you get that classic castle up on the edge of a cliff and there's lightning blasting from behind. Like, well, we'll get into another classic one of those types of movies shortly, but
I love that Casper house. That it's a great set. Like, well, the interior and the exteriors like are both great.
Yeah.
I think when I was a kid, I was maybe I was a little bit put off by just the ghost being CGI, which is weird because
that was a very early.
Well, it was, but it like looking back, it worked. I'm like, well, what else would they have done? Like what? Like
it was just
how
kind
could
of
they
a
have not done the
CGI version, but like it doesn't seem particularly bad nowadays because it's just a cartoony looking thing.
Yeah. Also, such a little random thing, I guess, to say about Casper, but is it me or was Christina Ricci perfect casting for that movie? Like, it's just because I mean, I've always found Christina Ricci to be like a bit of a cutie, but there's also something a little bit, you know, her looks were always like a little bit like different than like a lot of like average like child actors. But to me, I'm almost just sort of like, that's the face of a girl I want to see in Casper. You know, I don't know why. It's almost like
I can see that.
It's almost like Christina Ricci could have almost have been a ghost herself if need be, or I don't know. It's hard to explain, but it's just like if you had somehow had gotten a more generic child actress in Casper, I find that movie would have been just a lot more forgettable.
Yeah.
But by having Christina Ricci, it just kind of really added, it's like almost like I can't separate the two. It's like when I think of Casper, I think of the Casper character and I think of Christina Ricci like together.
Right. Yeah, that makes sense.
And it's got some great music. Like I don't know if anyone has ever just decided to like listen to the Casper soundtrack just on its own. But it's almost like undeservedly better than it deserves for a Casper movie. And I'm pretty sure
was that Danny Elfman?
I don't think it was Danny Elfman, but it was like it was maybe like James Horner or somebody it was definitely
the original music. It was James Horner.
It was James Horner. Oh, okay, yeah. And yeah, I don't know. there's like a nice little, I don't know. I won't even get into it, but there's like a little like music cue that I'm just sort of like, oh, I would like that if that was used in a different movie, that could have been like, it's a sentimental piece that combined with like a line of dialogue that makes it seem a little bit ominous. Like, I'm just sort of like, wow, like in a different movie, like that could have been like a really, just like effective piece. But I mean, it's effective in Casper, but it's just, again, it's funny because it's, you know, just like this lighthearted kids movie. But yeah, I don't know. Yeah. It wasn't a movie that, it wasn't like, I didn't feel like it was, insulting the intelligence of the kid viewers, you know. It was a pretty, it was actually a good family movie where, you know, the whole family could probably enjoy Casper.
Funny thing is my mom, like,
oh, not a fan.
Yeah, hold on a second.
Yeah. One thing I remember, one little cameo that really blew me away was Dan Aykroyd shows up as a Ghostbuster, which at that time it's like, you know, I think unless you were watching the Ghostbuster movies, like where would you ever find a Ghostbuster popping up in a movie? You know?
Yeah. Well, that movie had a number of notable people. It had Bill Pullman. It had Eric Idle.
Yeah.
Yeah, who else was in there?
Well, there was a bunch of little there's parts where I remember like the ghosts were possessing Bill Pullman, and you started getting cameos. Like he like turns into Rodney Dangerfield, and then I think he turned into somebody else. I can't remember who else he turned into, but there was a number of like little cameos in that movie, and
for some reason I was thinking to myself that it was directed by like Frank Oz or something, but I just checked and it's not actually.
No, but I mean that's not like a bad. That's not like a bad guess.
Yeah,
I'm not even sure. I don't know who the director was. I don't know if it was anyone noteworthy or not.
Well, I'm pretty sure the movie was a little bit of an experiment when they made it, because they were kind of experimenting with early CG.
Yeah,
as I recall, and like kind of these new animation techniques. And so as I recall, when I was learning about it, it was a movie that was sort of essentially done like, hey, let's try out some of these techniques in a limited capacity, right? Because I think it's just the ghosts and some of the effects that are done.
I remember, I don't know why, for decades, I was always convinced that Casper was voiced by Jonathan Taylor Thomas.
Okay.
I know that when he becomes human, he's Devon Sawa, but I thought for sure when he was Casper, he was Jonathan Taylor Thomas, and it was only like recently that I guess I discovered he's not. And I don't know, I guess it was because Casper was maybe no more than, I think it was maybe just like a year after Lion King. And I don't know where I got that in my head, but I was just sort of like, I always thought that was one of like JTTs, as we used to call him back in the day. I thought that was like one of his last kind of big legitimate roles. But no, I think it's just sort of a voice acting kid who I don't really know him for anything else.
Well, his name is Malachi Pearson.
Shout out to Malachi.
Maybe we can get him on our show sometime. He was born in 1981. I wonder if he's been...
When did he die?
He's still alive.
Oh, well, hopefully he's friendly, at least, if he's not a ghost. But, yeah, there you go. Well,
looks like, the last thing he was in, it was in Malcolm in the Middle.
Oh.
So in the early 2000s.
Yeah. I mean, it sucks because we would never recognize him because as far as we're concerned, he looks like Devon Sawa.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah. But, well, there you go. Casper. I think, Casper, it's a great little, probably a great little gateway for the kids. If you want to, get the kids into a haunted house movie, Casper's probably a really good one to start with.
Yeah, well, and so as I was saying, like my mom did not want, it's like such a tame movie, but my mom did not want to, she certainly didn't want me to watch it, I guess, just because it was like, spooky haunted house things and ghosts and I don't know.
Was he just not friendly enough?
Well, I think my mom's been sort of against things that are spiritual related.
Your mom,
when they don't pertain to kind of religion. Your mom
must have grown up though with the old Casper cartoons back in the day, right? Because those were incredible.
Is that what it came from?
Oh, Casper's, Casper was like the movie was the Casper movie, but I don't know if it started. There was comic books, but I think the original origin was cartoons. Basically, Casper came from the same company that invented Richie Rich. There's even a rumor that Richie Rich is Like that. Some people even argue that Casper is the ghost of Richie Rich because it's the exact same design, other than little small features. So.
Well,
but
he does
yeah,
live in an old mansion.
yeah. But it was almost like I kind of got the feeling that maybe the old Casper cartoons were their point was maybe to kind of teach children about death in a kind of a wholesome way, maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
But
see, my mom didn't want me to learn about death.
well, I mean, it's just a theory. We don't really know what happens. Maybe we live forever. Maybe we die. But it's
and I don't remember exactly what. Like, I hope I'm actually remembering that correctly because obviously we did book it out from the library, but
maybe she just hadn't had the death talk with you yet, and she was like, "I got to make sure I teach Kevin about this before I have some ghost movie do it for me, maybe."
Yeah, something like that.
But
Who knows?
yeah, but yeah, no, I don't know. I think especially now. I mean, now with Casper. I don't even like the fact that in a few more years, Casper will be 30 years old, the movie.
Yeah.
That just seems ridiculous to me. But so I think at this point, kids today would definitely be able to handle Casper. I think they could handle it back then, but now it's, I think it actually would hold up pretty well. I mean, it's been a little while since I've seen it, but
I'd like to rewatch it again too, because it's been a long time for me.
But I don't think it would be this like weird, boring, slow movie that kids today wouldn't be able to watch. I think they would probably think because of the CGI, they would probably actually think that the movie's newer than it is. I bet.
Yeah, right. I mean, they may very well.
Yeah.
It probably still looks like a 90s movie though.
Do you have a favorite of like the three other ghosts? Do you have a favorite?
I'm not. No, I don't have a favorite. I don't.
I liked the stinky one.
Okay. Well. Okay.
I think it was Fatso, Stretcho, and Stinko.
Yeah,
Something
right. See, I like a lot of these details have escaped me now too.
Yeah,
but I would like to do a rewatch of it. It would be fun to just like put that on in the background while I'm making food or something.
Yeah. Or maybe just throw on the soundtrack.
Well, that
just
too.
Listen to that
I'd love to listen to the soundtrack.
Yeah. All right. Well, I guess should I jump into my number 10?
Yeah, sure. So I'll just wrap up. So those three together were kind of my I don't know, shout out to my childhood a little bit. I don't have too much to say about the Haunted Mansion because I don't remember it too well, but I think it's just the vibe coming off of that. And I remember going to Disneyland and seeing the Haunted Mansion, and unfortunately I wasn't able to go in there because it was closed the day that I was in Disneyland. And again, like I've always been drawn to this stuff. I was like 8 years old when I went to Disneyland, and it was like, the Haunted Mansion, I must go.
Were they doing renovations? Because how do you that's one of the staples. Like that's like shutting down Pirates of the Caribbean.
Pirates of the Caribbean was also shut down.
Oh. They honestly, okay, if those two things
I had the worst luck at Disneyland.
Okay, if those rides are closed, that's almost when you got to be thinking like maybe just shut down Disneyland for a day.
Well, we went on like the Indiana Jones ride and stuff. That was
teacups. Was the teacup ride good?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I enjoyed all that stuff. We went on like the Matterhorn or whatever, and the crazy. The crazy.
All I know is
gold mining.
I would have been, especially with the Haunted Mansion. I would have been pissed if the Haunted Mansion was closed.
Upset. I was just. There was a couple of those things that I was just heartbroken over. Like not getting to see Pirates of the Caribbean too. It's like wow. But anyway, that was the way that it was for me when I went to Disneyland in 1997. I think maybe 98, but. Anyway, so shout out to those movies and shout out to my childhood. And, I'm just, I still have a soft place in my heart for these movies that are kind of these childhood innocence films.
What's crazy is
really
if you actually were to go now, they actually now have Phantom of the Megaplex ride, which is crazy.
Oh, fuck. That sounds awesome.
Yeah.
Wow. That would be so great.
It doesn't exist.
I know. Way too obscure. But if anybody gets the chance, I mean, you could go on to Disney Plus and look up Phantom of the Megaplex.
Yeah,
if you want to watch it. I mean, do it. Like if you want to, maybe you have kids. Maybe some of our listeners have got kids, and it's like, hey, you know what? I want to show my kids something that is not going to traumatize them. Go look up The Phantom of the Megaplex on Disney Plus. It's a old Disney Channel TV original movie.
Yeah, there you go.
And I had fun with it, and then you can think of me and my childhood when you watch it. Anyway, how about we move on to your 10?
Okay, so for my number 10, I felt it couldn't have been a haunted house list if I didn't include at least one movie from the Amityville horror franchise. And funny enough, I'm not going with the original, which I have seen.
Well, I am very curious which one you are going to go with.
Have you seen any of the Amityville horror movies?
No.
Okay. Well, they
really intrigue me. Again, it's that whole thing of like, ooh, this concept like draws me to it, but I haven't actually gotten around to
I think they're quite overrated. I mean, even the Amityville house itself is. The Amityville house has become an icon of haunted houses, but it is, it is not a very scary looking house. It's just this. I guess it's kind of, I always kind of focus on like the upper windows that they kind of try to make seem like their eyes or something. But
well, isn't that so often the way it is with some of these things where it's like there's so much promise there, and there's promise in the concept and the poster or whatever, but what you end up getting is really just kind of a letdown.
I was always hoping there was going to be a tie-in to Jaws, because Jaws takes place on Amity Island. And I'm like, oh, well, here's the Amityville horror. And it's also like the house is right by the water. I was just like, oh, maybe Jaws is swimming right nearby. And, but, and I mean, also
isn't that house actually in like Kansas or something?
I think it's actually, I want to say it's like either in like, it might even be something like Long Island, to be honest.
Oh, okay.
It's, what did you? It's definitely not Kansas.
I just thought it was like some sort of random small town in the U.S. or something, or maybe
most of these haunted houses usually are, but not a. I mean, we could also go into the whole. There's a whole thing I could go into just about the actual history of Amityville, because I mean it is based on a real thing. And I think that's the thing, is like anytime something's kind of based on a real thing, it kind of gets hyped up a little bit more than it deserves, because you realize the real story isn't quite as real as people make it out to be. And
in some ways it's so disappointing when that's the case, but then in other cases it's like, well, thank God that wasn't real.
Yeah, thank God the Amityville house isn't actually a portal to hell itself, which is how they exaggerated it.
But at the same time, you're kind of like, ah,
yeah. The weird thing is like the real story about Amityville is actually kind of interesting when you take out a lot of the supernatural stuff. It's still an interesting kind of story.
Well, you should talk about it briefly.
Well, I'll have to, because the movie I have chosen is actually Amityville 2: The Possession. So, we always hear about Godfather 2, Terminator 2, Aliens. Amityville 2 never gets the love of the other great sequels, because I honestly think Amityville 2 is superior to the original film. And I'm about to tell you why.
There's got to be somebody out there who agrees with you.
I think a lot of people I think a lot of people just watch the first film and they'll just go, okay, I've had enough of that, and they just don't bother with any of the other ones. And it's not that the first one's got there's things that are classic about it, but I think the first one was a little bit too hyped up to me, and I had seen so many other haunted house movies that by the time I'd seen it, I was a little bit disappointed. And it's weird because in some ways there's more stuff going on in the first movie, but the second movie is just, I find it's just superior in almost every way. So the interesting about Amityville 2 is it's actually the prequel film, which means, I don't know if listening to this, if I in any way interest you to seeing this, you could actually decide, like, you could either watch Amityville Horror first and then you could watch Amityville 2. You could also watch Amityville 2 first, because it is the origin story. And the reason why I think this one's more interesting is that this movie is actually based on the actual historical events that happened in the house. You can kind of argue that the first movie is also based on true events, because the first Amityville house is about the family that moved in after the incidents. The incidents being that originally there was a young man who was living with his family in the house, and one night he woke up and murdered his entire family. Now that's That's true. Like that's kind of the origin of where all this leads to.
Okay, so that actually did happen.
That all
in
happened,
that house.
and that's really what.
And that's the house that they filmed that, is it?
Definitely the exteriors.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Right.
Maybe the interiors might have not been in the house, but so and then what happened was after that, a new family moved into the house. And they were the ones who started making all the claims about the ghosts. And I don't know. I've looked into this story in the past, and from what I remember when I looked into it, the Amityville horror has more or less kind of been debunked as a hoax. I think it even was a story that brought in what are the characters' names from The Conjuring? It's like Elizabeth. Is it like? It's like Elizabeth and something.
Oh yeah,
is it the war? But there were these well-known kind of ghost experts who themselves have actually been known to kind of be frauds, but they are associated with the Amityville story, at least at the beginning. And it, as you kind of look into it more, it does kind of seem like maybe this was about a family trying to cash in on the tragedy of the events of before. Because I mean, I think they ended up being involved with the book publishing rights, which then led to the movie. So I mean, you know, there was definitely money that was made from the ghost. So
they continue to wreak their havoc by cashing in on these films.
Well, and then one of the things that, again, one of the issues that makes it just seem not very credible is that, you know, there's been many people who've lived in that house since then, and they haven't had any there hasn't been any ghostly issues that they've been complaining about. Yeah,
they're like, damn, I moved in here for some ghostly hauntings and I got nothing.
Yeah. But if you're interested in knowing anything about the true like crime story about the house, that's really all worked into the second movie. And to be fair, the second movie, it still deals with the supernatural. So they definitely, you know, they're definitely adding a supernatural ghost spin to it. It's basically kind of trying to say like, oh, there were kind of evil entities kind of possessing the boy, and that's kind of what led to him murdering the family. But I just find it's very well acted, and I don't know. It's just for some reason it sticks with me much more than the original movie did, and I actually haven't seen any of the other Amityville movies, but from people who are really familiar with the franchise, I think a lot of people do say that the second one is possibly better than the first, if not maybe equal. I don't really hear many good things about any of the movies other than the first two. So I don't know.
And yet they continue to make so much of it. Like I feel like there's a limited series or something now. I'm going to have to check what.
I think it comes down to that. I don't think anyone's allowed to legally own the rights to the word Amityville. So I think it's just the name that they cash in on. I heard there was even like they made so many of them. There was one called like Amityville Dollhouse. And it was where somebody like builds a dollhouse that's a replica of the house. And then that somehow becomes, that gets filled with ghosts. Like they were trying to stretch anything that they could to continue this thing. And I think they just thought like, hey, it's got Amityville in the title. I guess we should rent it. But I'm not a really big fan of Amityville in the Haunted House franchise, but I had to at least include one of them, and I do think the second movie is genuinely worth watching.
This year, there was the Amityville Terror, and it looks like it might have been a Tubi original.
So there you go. You know, I mean, maybe you're more suited to something that terrorizes you as opposed to something that horrifies you. In which case, definitely go for Amityville Amityville. What is it? Amityville.
The Amityville Terror.
Yeah.
It was this year that came out.
Yeah. So, there was actually, I remember like,
there was a Ryan Reynolds.
Well, that was apparently that was like a big sort of Hollywood reboot when we were getting all of these reboots in that era. And, I'm trying to think, I'm like, did I watch that? It's possible I watched it. But yeah, that one is essentially, it's a reboot of the original movie. Also, I know, Kevin, based on our chats about Black Christmas, I know you love your Margot Kidder. And Margot Kidder is the mom in Amityville. Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Good for her. She must be great in it. I mean, that would have been only a few years after Black Christmas there, like 5 years later.
Yeah. This would have just been like, maybe just like, right around the time that she was doing Superman.
So you don't even like the original that much, hey? Like,
I don't mind it. If I was asked to choose, I would watch Amityville 2 over the first one. It just didn't scare me.
I see.
Know. I think there's parts where the house literally talks, and it's just like you just hear this voice. Like,
and then you get the Amityville Christmas Vacation, which was
tell
from
me that's
2022.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
There's a Amityville Christmas Vacation
2022.
If it stars the Griswold family, that would actually maybe be worth watching. But I have a feeling.
Well, it says Wally has won a vacation to sunny Amityville. Oh, it's 47 minutes, so it's like some sort of weird.
This almost sounds like it almost could be like a comedy or a parody or something.
I think, yeah, maybe it is. And then there's the Amityville Murders from 2018, which has a pretty cool cover on it, but you can't judge a movie by its cover. But I don't know. I'd just be curious to check out this series. And
yeah, I would say, like, if you're interested, like, start the franchise and just see how far you can go. I know the third movie's in 3D, but I wasn't able to get to it because I was just kind of done.
Yeah, it's so weird how there was that 3D era in the 80s or whenever.
Yeah, especially if it was the third movie. Once they got to movie number 3, they're like, yep, make it 3D.
Yep,
but,
that's time. That's the way that we make use of that big number 3.
Yeah. That would be awesome. It's just if every time it was the second movie, they're just like, in 2D.
Yeah.
Amityville 2D. So that's my number 10.
All right. Number 10. Well, I'm going to go with my number 9 here, and that is Paranormal Activity. We've already kind of talked about it, but again, I kind of want to stress what I think worked so well with that movie was the simplicity, and that's so impressive and a statement to how entertaining something can be with very basic limited effects, and on such a low budget. It's like, hey, if you can entertain people, you can make a lot of money. And again, kind of comparing that, say, to the Babadook, which I think the Babadook is more imaginative and stuff like that. And ultimately, in many ways, I'd probably prefer watching the Babadook in that it's more interesting to me. And I've always been I got kind of put off by the whole found footage thing because it got just so overused. And so it was like, okay, here's another person trying to cash in on the basic, like the simplicity of making a low budget found footage film.
Yeah.
I will still give it credit for doing what it does very well. And but also saying that it had a lasting cultural impact, and kind of making more of a lasting impression versus the Babadook, which you were saying was kind of hyped up by people saying like, this is the new iconic character or whatever. And yet I don't think it really, it didn't really,
it didn't stay in the pulp. The character itself didn't really,
it hasn't really stayed in the public conscience that much. I don't hear a lot of people.
Well, you want to know why I think probably why more than any other thing. I think the main thing that probably prevented the Babadook from being, a true iconic character was that it's a standalone movie. If we got 4 Babadook movies, I think you would start seeing the Babadook in these kind of, I don't know, when they kind of like, make these little like kind of art pieces where they compile all the great monsters together. You would maybe start seeing him more. But
note to anyone who makes a horror film, make it a franchise.
Yeah. And with Paranormal Activity, it's have you ever seen the movie Normal Activity? It's very boring.
Well, I bet. What is it? Just
it's like a found footage movie, but nothing happens. They just like, so there's like big chunks where you just see them sleeping in bed, and that's it.
That just sounds like a hilarious parody.
Yeah. Which I know that there's
just like watching security.
There actually are a few Paranormal Activity parodies. I think the Wayans brothers actually might have done one of them, but yeah, no, I mean, I think almost any found footage movie that was a success lended itself to parodies. I know that there's Blair Witch Project parodies.
Oh yeah. I mean, it was even parodied in like Scary Movie and stuff, I believe.
Yeah. Oh no, I just mean like an entire movie devoted to being like a parody of.
Well, there was like the Blair Thumb. Did you ever see the Blair Thumb?
I didn't, but I know of it. I think I've seen like the cover of it. Yeah.
Classic. But did you see any of the sequels to the Paranormal Activity?
I did. I can't remember which one though. Like you'd think it would be the second, but it might have actually been the third one I saw maybe. Okay. And I think it was like that type of thing where it's like, I think I was watching it while kind of doing other stuff, not really paying attention. And then I remember by the time I was done, I was just like, yeah, I don't think I'm going to watch any of these movies again. Mm-hmm. I couldn't tell you anything about it. I don't know. There's, Paranormal Activity. It's not like I could probably count on one hand the found footage movies I genuinely enjoy. And, I don't know. There's maybe about 3 I could think of off the top of my head.
Is one of those the Blair Witch Project?
Not of the top 3. Blair Witch would be in my top 5, but it wouldn't be in the top 3. I don't know. I don't know if we're ever going to do a found footage one. So maybe, I don't know. Should I just drop those titles now? Or
well, yeah, sure. Go ahead.
The 3 that I think are the best found footage movies are Noroi, The Curse, Cannibal Holocaust, and the original Wreck.
Okay, I don't know if any of those movies.
Okay, well, Cannibal Holocaust is notoriously known as, I think it's got the Guinness World Record for the most banned movie in the most countries.
I've heard the title of that one.
Yeah, it's the thing that's the reason why I don't really like rewatching that movie is that there's a lot of real depictions of animal deaths. This is
where I've heard of it because you were telling me about it.
Yeah, and so that's a real bummer to me. It's like I can kind of deal with the human stuff, but the animal stuff, because it's real, it's just depressing, I guess, more than anything else. But Noroi, I think, is probably one of the scariest movies. It might be the last real movie that genuinely freaked me out. And then Wreck was just a really just great kind of like, it's not really a zombie movie. It's kind of more like a demonic movie that all kind of just takes place in an apartment building in Spain. And that one I would like to rewatch actually, because I think I only watched it one time, but I remember watching it being like, this is how you make a found footage movie. Those are my 3, and I don't know, maybe Blair Witch would be number 4, and I don't know what 5 would be. Maybe Paranormal Activity. I don't know unless I can think of something better, but yeah.
I just remember like both of those movies, say Blair Witch and Paranormal Activity. It was like such an event when they came out, you know, because of kind of the hype around them and the marketing and the way they were kind of being sold as.
Yeah,
especially with the Blair Witch being sold as like it actually is this footage that we cut together.
Yeah, I mean, I knew about the Blair Witch Project for years before it came out, like, and knowing right from the beginning that it wasn't true. Yeah. So I wasn't able to fool me, but actually the thing about the Blair Witch,
it still was like a big. You could probably kind of to some degree be wrapped up in, kind of what was going on. Culturally there.
The thing that actually
people our age or a little older than me, but people your age would have been, quite hyped up and
well, I remember like
talking about it a lot and stuff,
My mom was really into witches, so I know she was really hyped up about the movie. In fact, I think I went to see the movie with my mom. And I think she was a little bit disappointed coming out of it. We both didn't really catch on to the twist ending. Which is weird because usually I'm really good at that, taking in the details. But when the movie ends with the guy standing in the corner, I genuinely didn't really understand what was going on. I kind of forgot the detail about that. So it didn't really give the effect that I guess it was meant to. The thing that actually I liked the most about the Blair Witch was actually the documentary that they like aired on TV kind of before the movie was released, which was called The Curse of the Blair Witch, which was a fake documentary. And that seemed kind of almost like just as real. Like that added a lot more weight to the movie and kind of almost even gave you more clues. Like I almost wonder like how it'd be a lot harder to enjoy the movie without seeing The Curse of the Blair Witch. And I think once like the DVDs were coming out, you could almost, the Curse of the Blair Witch would usually kind of come with the DVD.
Like would be a special feature. Or whatever.
Yeah, but it kind of followed like this kind of Charles Manson-y kind of character, this hermit who lived in the woods, and he would like lure children into the woods and kill them. The idea being that he's kind of being possessed by the Blair Witch. And I don't know, like that actually, like if you watch that documentary, it would be a lot easier to be convinced that maybe the Blair Witch was a real thing you were watching.
Yeah, I could see that.
But
that was kind of what was so brilliant about the marketing strategy is, making that believable,
Yeah. Is there anything else you wanted to say about Paranormal Activity?
No, we can move on.
Okay. Should I go to, I guess, my number 9?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So for number 9, this is probably the movie that is the most recent movie on my list. And this would be The Conjuring.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know if The Conjuring is on your list or if you've seen it.
Well, it was. The Conjuring. Yes, The Conjuring is on my list. So why don't we just talk about it now? I put it at number 5, actually.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
And I like it quite a lot because I like that it takes place in the 60s or something, or the 70s.
70s, yeah.
Yeah. I like
and
that it's
based on a true story, apparently. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's just full of intrigue and stuff, and great kind of old school vibes that make it a little creepier. Like, I always find movies from that era and that time as a that time period as a setting is more creepy to me. Maybe it's because the technology is different.
I was going to just say, I think it's I think
like there's not as much connection and stuff. It's all this old school stuff.
No cell phones, no internet. You're at least a little bit more cut off. I mean, obviously, yeah, you do have phones, but I mean, who are you going to call?
Mm-hmm. Well, the Ghostbusters.
There you go.
Of course.
But yeah, no, it's like even today I almost feel like it's more effective to, like, if you're gonna make a horror movie, like set it a little bit farther back, because I think it's such a tough thing for writers now when they have to deal with these elements of cell phones. It's like, unless you make the cell phone the spooky thing, it's really hard to have characters just not immediately have help.
Well, I've seen some of these movies where it's like a character will be stalked or harassed or something on, like, through text messaging and stuff, and that can be actually a pretty creepy sort of thing.
Yeah.
Because it's like you can really capture a sense of anonymous harassment. And yeah, again, kind of what we were talking about with our slasher movies, and how one of the things that makes those slashers scary is the fact that these killers don't have an identity. Mm-hmm. It's like when you're being stalked by somebody or harassed and you don't know who it is, it's like there's something inherently scary about that.
Yeah. I mean, other than The Mask, many people have experienced that in real life.
Yeah.
And a lot of times they are wearing a mask, so, but it just might not be like a creepy mask. It'll just be like a balaclava or something. But, the movie that we're on right now,
Conjuring,
is The Conjuring. So I don't know. For me, it was just, I remember when I was watching, I was just sort of like, wow, like this movie has so much iconic stuff in it. Like I could tell watching, and I'm like, oh man, like this is something that's just like inviting itself to be parodied.
Well, and I
mean that in a good way.
Yeah. That was a movie too where it was like at that time there was a bunch of other things coming out, and I wasn't all that impressed. But it was when that movie came out, it was kind of like, hey, this is something that I actually like. So it was sort of a breath of fresh air for me in terms of the horror genre.
Yeah. I do have a bit of a bone to pick with The Conjuring. It's not even really its fault, but it was just a thing that was definitely it was a bit of a bittersweet experience when I was watching it. because when the movie came out, it was kind of around the same time that the Evil Dead remake came out. I want to say maybe like 2013, maybe kind of around that time. And I was making my own horror movie at the time, which was actually in a lot of ways very much kind of inspired by a lot of Evil Dead themes. And I was really, basically right before we went into production, the trailer for the new Evil Dead remake came out. And that almost like took the winds out of my sails. I was almost like, oh my God, do I even want to make this movie now?
Yeah.
Like, damn it. Like they're just going to, because the whole reason why I wanted to kind of make the movie I did was that there was just this big lull of nothing being like Evil Dead for so long. I was like, oh, this could actually be neat. Weirdly enough, when I watched the Evil Dead remake, it had very little to do with my movie. But then I watched The Conjuring, and there was just tons of stuff in The Conjuring. Way more stuff in The Conjuring copied my movie than, I don't want to say copied it, but there was way more things that were common in The Conjuring with my movie than there was with the Evil Dead remake. So I was kind of watching it like I was like, I love these ideas. Because they're mine, only they're being made with much higher production value. Yeah. So it was a weird kind of bittersweet thing, but it was almost like I was watching The Conjuring being like, man, I wish I made this movie because it kind of was kind of very similar to my movie that I was making at the time. But I'm saying this as a compliment in that, like, yeah, like I guess I think it was it's a James Wan movie, isn't it? Yep. So it's funny because it's like, I'm not that crazy about the Saw movies, but he's made some other movies that like I've kind of really enjoyed. We've got similar taste in what we kind of like in our horror movies, and I think The Conjuring kind of proved that more than anything. Another really weird connection with me and James Wan is that he made a movie about kind of like a killer ventriloquist doll movie called Dead Silence.
Oh, okay, that, yeah.
And then I made my own movie about a killer ventriloquist doll called Dead Silence.
Wow, really?
In 1997.
Wow.
Yeah. So I don't know what's going on there.
That's weird.
But I haven't released it yet. I was actually thinking maybe one day I might post it.
It's a horror movie in and of itself.
Yeah.
It's almost like you guys were both possessed by the same spirit that caused the inspiration for these movies.
Yeah, it's really a frightening thing. And when he made Saw, well, I saw Saw. So, what? I mean, what do you make of that? Yeah.
Wow. I mean, I've seen Saw.
Yeah.
But
I mean,
I never saw it.
James won, but I'm going to win.
Yeah.
So, he's, maybe I will be I'll be his protege and he will be my mentor.
Yeah.
And, I will make the reboot of his Dead Silence based on my original Dead Silence.
Yeah, there's always an opportunity for that to come down the road.
That'll be a future show of ours of all of the great filmmakers who stole from our works of art.
Yeah, I gotta think. Oh, you know what? It was actually one was I came up with Pirates of the Caribbean before Disney.
Yeah, but yours was Pirates of the Caribbean. They were carrying big sacks of beans as pirates.
Yeah, no.
Oh, okay.
No, but mine was intended to be like this graphic, brutal, really like a very gory movie.
Oh, I would watch that. So in other words, a movie with actual pirates.
Well, that's just it. I thought it would have been for some reason in those years I had like this obsession with just wanting to create graphic gore on screen. And it was after having been to Disneyland, I was like, there was the Pirates of the Caribbean ride and I didn't get to go on it, but I saw like the little advertisements and stuff. And then I was like, I'm going to make a Pirates of the Caribbean movie. But mine's going to have like, this guy who's like cutting off the tops of this person's head. And
were these were these things that you were thinking about before the Pirates of the Caribbean movie came out?
Yeah. This was before the Pirates of the Caribbean movie came. It would have been like the late 90s or whatever.
Yeah.
And I drew up like a movie poster for it and stuff, and but it was inspired by the Disney ride too. So.
Mm-hmm. Apparently, they've now added Jack Sparrow to the Pirates of the Caribbean ride.
Yeah, I think they've done a whole revamp on that thing.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I've actually never been to Disneyland, so I didn't even know when Pirates of the Caribbean came out. I didn't even know that was a thing. Like I was aware of the Haunted Mansion, but I had no. I think maybe briefly people had brought up Pirates of the Caribbean, but it wasn't like a go-to name. I just sort of thought, oh, okay, Disney's making a pirate movie, and that's really kind of even now. Like I don't even really truly know what's famous about the ride. Obviously it's a very neat pirate ride, but I mean I wouldn't be able to give any references to what happens in that ride.
Yeah, but, well, and it's changed quite a lot from the way that it was back in the day too.
Yeah. So
I mean, speaking of The Conjuring too, I mean, I really do love Patrick Wilson as an actor. I like Farrah Farmiga quite a bit too, but Patrick Wilson especially, I just always find him enjoyable to watch in everything I've seen him in. Yeah, well, I do think he's kind of underrated. Like, I don't hear people.
I agree. Yeah. No, it's I've never really seen him in any. He was a guy who kind of I think when he first kind of showed up, I kind of used to get him a bit confused with Will Arnett, if you know that actor.
Okay. Yeah.
They've got very kind of similar hairlines, and
I can see that. Yeah.
But no, he's like, I've never seen, like, everything I've seen him in has been like solid, like not just solid, like it's like he's good, but he picks good movies to be in. And he's almost kind of becoming a bit of a horror actor because, he's got the Conjuring franchise and he's also in the Insidious franchise.
Oh, okay.
And then, there's even like the random little movies, even kind of like Bone Tomahawk, which is, if you want to get into a horror Western, it doesn't get more horrific than Bone Tomahawk. And he's great in all of these movies. And, I don't know. I can't think of anything like super recently I've seen him in. Like the last thing I can think of is I think they made another Insidious movie that he popped up in. So, I mean, it's great that he's got these franchises, but it would kind of also be nice to have him like in kind of, I don't know, more original stuff. Cause I just feel, there's a lot you could do. Even Watchmen, he was great in Watchmen.
Oh, yeah. I first saw him in this movie called Evening, I think.
Okay.
Oh, no.
Little Children?
Little Children is probably what it was. Yeah.
That was the first thing I saw him in. And yeah, again,
that's like a
movie.
very, very dramatic, kind of subtle performance that he has to give there. And then, actually, I can't remember what I saw first, Little Children or Evening, but one of those two. And I don't know, I just found him to be like very likable on screen.
Mm-hmm.
And then I would have seen him in Watchmen sometime after that. Yeah.
It's weird. I wonder where's.
Oh, and then he was in Hard Candy too. Like I saw that.
I forgot about Hard Candy.
And then, actually, no.
You're right.
The first thing that I would have seen him in was The Phantom of the Opera.
Okay.
As Raoul, but I just didn't recognize him as him back then.
Well, it's always.
So then later on, I was like, oh, that's Patrick
It's always
Wilson.
neat how you almost kind of always forget the first thing you see an actor in because they're nobody until you put a face to them. And but for me, no, I'm pretty sure it was Little Children. Maybe I saw Hard Candy before Little Children. But I think Little Children was the first thing I saw him in. And he's consistently good. I hope to see him in a lot more stuff.
Wow, he's also in Annabelle.
Well, that's part of that's part of the Conjuring franchise.
Oh, that's part of the Conjuring franchise.
Yeah, so like how they're the how they're the Warrens and they have like a little museum of things that they take. So actually, Annabelle is in the Conjuring.
Right. Oh, okay.
She's kind of a little. Maybe, she's almost like a little mini. Like. I think she has like a real like scene near the beginning. I think even near the end of the movie, they're kind of like, oh, Annabelle's escaped or something.
Right.
But yeah, he'd be playing the same character, is what I'm saying.
Does the Nun have anything to do with this? Because he's also in The Nun.
The Nun is part of apparently like The Conjuring has like something like 3 or 4 different like spin-off things now, and The Nun is apparently part of that that world. Yeah. Which I have not seen. I haven't seen The Nun yet, but
me neither.
I've heard bad things about it, which is weird because it's such a great creepy looking character, but I heard the movie's kind of really basic. I don't know. Yeah. I mean, I feel like I haven't really gone into even a lot of the details about The Conjuring, but I don't know. Yeah. Do we need to?
Go ahead and talk about it then.
Well, I don't know. I guess there was just the thing I liked about the movie was just like tons of little small things. There was everything from like the little, like the clapping.
Yep.
The clapping thing where they're communicating with the ghosts. And
I remember watching that in the trailer and thinking like, oh, that's dumb. That looks stupid. But then watching the movie and being like, oh, I actually really like how these little gimmicks have been used.
Like in real life, that would be terrifying.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
And there's even like the part where I think it's kind of like early in the movie, but it's like they have their little museum of trinkets that they've collected from ghost cases that they've had. And remember there's like a little music box and it has like a little mirror and it kind of twirls.
Yeah.
And you're watching it and you're just like, oh God, what thing is going to reflect in that mirror? And it's just those little moments of suspense where they kind of set it up for you to kind of expect something.
Yep.
And I don't know. It's like I was kind of like if they were still making scary movies, I was just like I could totally just see just tons of Conjuring parodies in something like a scary movie. But I don't think maybe they weren't still doing them at that point. But they were doing so there was stuff with like they had in the Conjuring they had like the little basic kind of like tree set swing set hanging from like a tree, which I both loved, but it was also like that's in my movie. Stop copying my movie. But I again, I'm sort of like great minds think alike, and I was able to still appreciate that stuff. What it kind of did was it kind of confirmed that the ideas in my movie weren't all that bad. You know,
what is your movie and how can people watch it?
So the movie's Eat It Raw. It's on. You can definitely find it available on YouTube on my channel Rumble Dog Pictures, and just look for or if you want just search for Eat It Raw, full movie or Eat It Raw 2015. You'll be able to find it, and I don't know if you've seen The Conjuring, you can compare the two, and tell me how much worse my movie is. So, but yeah, I don't know. That's pretty much. I don't have much more to say about that. I mean, I like the actress Lily Taylor, I believe. I think it's Lily Taylor who's in it, and she's she's always great. I think she's a little bit underrated overall as an actress, and she's great in the movie. I can't really remember who else is in it other than Patrick Wilson, like we mentioned and stuff. But I don't know. I've seen the second Conjuring movie. Other than that, I haven't really watched anything in that franchise. I didn't like the second one nearly as much as the first movie. So that first Conjuring movie, it's and again, like I said, it's the last. It's now probably around 10 years ago that movie came out, but yeah, that would be the most recent movie on my list. So,
okay,
yeah. So what would this be? Are we? Have you said your number 9?
Yep. That was Paranormal Activity there.
Okay.
So I guess my number 8, which the movie that what the hell just happened? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I actually did put a couple movies on here that I haven't seen, but I know I'm going to like them and I'd like to see them.
Okay.
But it was partially because I didn't have enough things to really fill the whole list, but I definitely need to watch more haunted house films. But anyway, so the one that I wrote was The Others. And this is a movie that kept on coming up in lists that I was looking at, and we were talking about it yesterday. We were talking about it when we did our gothic horror episode, and kind of debating, is this a gothic horror? Yeah, I guess it is. I think I would really like this movie, but you've seen it, right?
Yeah, I can't recommend this enough. You would love this movie. I actually didn't put it on my gothic list because I wanted to save it for the haunted house list.
So it is on your list, I guess.
It's number 6 for me, but I'll talk about it now.
Sure.
And of course, I'm not going to... Funny enough, probably a lot of our listeners probably have seen this movie, but I'm not going to give any spoilers for your sake because this is not a movie that is fair to... And it's a movie
that... I
don't
want it spoiled because I am definitely going to see it. But.
It's also a movie that is known for having a great twist. Like that's the thing is like it's a movie that you could just very easily spoil by doing that. But I guess it's a movie that's sort of set in... It seems like World War II would be too recent of a date for this movie. I almost want to think maybe more like maybe like World War One.
Yeah,
There's-
let me see if I can.
There's definitely a war that's been going down, because it's a movie about Nicole Kidman lives in a mansion alone with her 2 kids and a few servants, and she's essentially waiting for her husband to come back from fighting in a war. And
Oh yeah, during World War II. It says.
it is World War II. Okay, so yeah, I mean, I don't know, maybe that's a little bit too. See, the reason why I feel like it actually feels very gothic is because it's like set in an old-fashioned mansion that probably is from the Gothic
and
era.
you can't really get much of a sense of when the time period is.
Yeah.
Because it's like there's only so many things that you can kind of reference that would give it away.
And so an interesting thing about the movie, this was something that I didn't even know was a real thing, but her kids have a very rare disease that essentially makes them allergic to sunlight. Like the sun will, it's practically like a vampire disease.
I've heard people have that, and I always thought, like, what? Really?
And it's a great gimmick because it forces the movie to be in darkness, because either the majority of the movie kind of takes place at nighttime, but even if it's in the daytime, all of the curtains have to be drawn. It has to be like a very dark movie. Otherwise, the kids will just burn into flames. Nicole Kidman, I think, is actually really good in it. It's produced by Tom Cruise. This is actually, I think, the last project that they were both involved in before they separated. Like, I actually think they kind of separated like around the period of the movie premiering. And I was working in a movie theater when this movie was out, and this movie was a huge hit. I don't know why it doesn't seem to have like lived on with the acclaim that it had. Like, I mean, there's a lot of people who've kind of forgotten about this movie, but it was a really big hit when it came out. And I remember, like, me and anybody else who worked at the movie theater, like, we would purposely walk into the theater at the right. There was kind of like a few like really like well-known jump scares in the movie. It's not a jump scare movie overall, but when the jump scares happen, it's very effective. So we would go into the theater just to kind of watch the audience's reaction when it would happen. And then it's just, I don't know. It's a movie that you kind of feel like, oh, I've seen this kind of movie before. And then it just takes it into places where you're like, even with me, like, I didn't see the twists coming. It's really atmospheric. It's directed by this, I think he's like a Spanish director, and this was maybe like his first like American movie. It's just, it's kind of a perfect horror movie. Like, there's really nothing negative I could say about this movie, but I don't really want to go into any of the true details. Because the thing is, it's a little bit slow, and it really kind of has to slowly build up. But for me to really be able to talk about it, I kind of have to really ruin things. So I don't want to say too much. If our listeners, if you've seen the movie, I'm sure you kind of know what I'm talking about. But it's for me, it's there's no way I could have not had the movie on my list for haunted house movies.
Yeah, cool. Yeah. Well, that's quite a lot of praise for this movie. That says quite a lot. But
other than me bringing up to you the other day, had you heard of the movie, or
yes, I'd heard of it, and I recognized the cover, right? Like, I would have walked through the video store and seen it countless times, and just not really known what it was. To be honest, when I would look at it, I didn't even realize that it was like this historical thing. Oh,
you thought maybe it was a little bit like more like a modern Nicole Kidman movie?
Yeah,
right. Yeah. And it just would not have been even close to being as scary if it was modern. Like the fact that I don't know, there's something about the old movies that are set in olden times when it's a haunted house thing. You just feel so much more helpless. You're like, oh God, like where do you even go? Right. But yeah, no, I definitely, I definitely recommend this one. Yeah. So,
yeah, I mean, I guess I maybe should have known that it was in a historical time period, because she is carrying like an oil lamp, but I just never really looked at it closely enough. Yeah. I think the thing is at that time I wasn't really looking for this type of movie, so I just kind of pass it by or whatever and be like, I'm going to watch Mona Lisa Smile instead.
There you go. Have you seen Mona Lisa Smile?
No.
Oh, okay, good.
Is it good?
I don't know.
Oh, you haven't seen it either.
No. One
day we're going to do an episode dedicated to Mona Lisa Smile.
Yeah.
It's something that we'll definitely do down the road. We'll like watch a movie. That would be something cool to do. We could like both choose a movie that we've never seen. We'll sit down. We'll talk about it first give kind of our impression of it. Like, okay, we're going to watch this movie. Here's what I expect or whatever. And then we'll watch it and then we'll come back and record our after reaction kind of thing.
I'd like to do a double bill of Sisterhood of the Traveling Pants, followed by Divine Secrets of the Ya Sisterhood.
Well, that'd be great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then maybe finish it
because I haven't seen either of those.
No, you're a man. Why would you?
But I do have an impression about them.
Yeah. Okay, so I guess, I mean, I don't know yet. Do you have any other thought? I guess obviously you probably don't have as much to say about the others as I do, but
all I can say is I'm really looking forward to this movie, and that's why it's on my list at number 8.
There's certain movies where it's like, it's like there's certain movies where I get to be jealous of you for not being able to see it, because then you get to enjoy that. And I'm also really glad. I don't know how you could really do a sequel to the others, but I'm also so glad that they didn't try.
Yeah,
because it was a successful enough movie that you could have easily have cashed in on the name The Others too.
Yeah,
the other others.
Well, they should have done The Other, The Beginning.
Right.
Yeah, the prequel.
yeah.
They could have done it like Alien. It could have been The Other, and then they did The Others, and then they do like just Other. I don't know. And
then they finish it off with The Oath.
Yeah,
but
or else just it's kind of like the Fast and the Furious franchise. It just gets more and more simple. It's just like eventually it's just
Yeah. Full circle. It eventually just becomes Othello. Yeah. Okay. Well, I guess so. Should I talk about my number 8? I guess. Yeah. Okay. So
what's it gonna be?
This is a movie that I'm guessing you probably haven't seen. I'm wondering if you've even heard of it. But I think it's an interesting one to add. There's not a ton of things I want to say about it, but I think there's definitely a few things I could say. One of the reasons I put it on here was it was another movie that kind of genuinely kind of creeped me out as a kid. So I think almost anything that kind of does that, you kind of gotta, add it on your list. So this is a movie. It's a movie from 1976, and it's called Burnt Offerings. And the thing that I find really interesting about this movie is that I really wonder whether Stephen King maybe saw this movie and if it maybe had any inspiration on him making The Shining, because there's a lot of similarities to Burnt Offerings and The Shining. And it did come out a year before he wrote the book. So it's possible. Obviously, I think The Shining is better, but it's essentially a movie about it's a family. Father is Oliver Reed, the mother is Karen Black, and the child is a snotty-nosed child actor. And but yeah, again, the same setup as the Shining family. Just a couple with a boy, and they move into a house for the summer. And again, it's that same sort of dynamic where the house is definitely haunted, but it's very subtle. It's like you're not constantly seeing ghosts throughout the whole movie. It's very much kind of just this thing is sensed. But the other thing is that the house is like driving the father insane to the point that he's even at times kind of like abusing the son a bit, and even kind of it's Oliver Reed, so it's very easy for him to start kind of becoming an asshole more and more throughout the movie. He's also really good in it. Like there's a sequence near the end where he gets really scared, and I don't know why. It's just really, he's a very manly man, but he does like a really believable job of being like, that is how a full grown man would be terrorized in the right situation, kind of. Really. And the main thing, more than anything else, the reason I really want to bring up the movie is because of the ending, which again, I'm not really going to go into because it's a twist ending. But that is the thing that is the most memorable about this movie, is it kind of has this, and that was the thing that really freaked me out as a kid. And it's weird because it's this kind of ending where it's like, usually something is kind of hyping, you're kind of expecting a thing to happen. You're kind of expecting either a jump scare or something spooky to happen. But you're also expecting it not to happen. You're expecting like a false scare because it's being so heavily kind of driven that something's going to happen, that you usually in a horror movie is you're expecting this thing, and then a false thing happens that calms you, that then leads to the scary thing.
Okay,
Somehow
yeah.
this movie breaks that rule where it's leading up to this thing and you know it's going to be bad, and then the bad thing happens. And it's still just as terrifying knowing that the thing was going to happen. And I don't know, it's almost like I feel like I've had nightmares like this ending, where it's like the type of ending where it's just so kind of freaky that it just forces you to wake up. Now, the funny
maybe what it is like you're almost hoping that things are going to be resolved before the bad thing happens.
Yeah. Now with all this being said, because I don't know, if you ever do tend to watch this movie, you might not be in any way afraid of this ending. Like there was also, I think there was the fact that I was fairly young when I saw it.
Okay.
But when I look back at the ending, there's a part of me being like, it's kind of a bit cheesy. And yet it's kind of the thing that perplexes me where I'm like, why was it so effective though? And it's kind of hard for me to answer. I don't know if it's just that I've seen so many more things since then.
Yeah.
But at that particular time when I hadn't, it was just this weird thing where it was like, I don't know, it was almost like I was just expecting this bad thing to happen, hoping that it wouldn't. And then when it does, I was just like, and in a weird way, it's almost like a more tragic ending than even The Shining in a lot of ways. But it's not, the production value is much lower. Like, I mean, I think it was a theatrical movie, but it kind of feels almost like a 70s TV movie. Because there isn't really there isn't any hugely expensive spectacle that happens in the movie. And so it just kind of feels like a simple movie that easily could have been like a TV movie, which, by the way, I mean, TV movies in the 70s was actually a really great time for TV movies. Like some of the best TV movies came out in the 70s.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's just kind of a movie about this like house that just kind of like eats people essentially, like not literally, but just like, you know what I mean? Like it just takes souls in a way. And I don't know if you're a big fan of The Shining and you want something kind of in that realm, Burnt Offerings might be the closest thing that you'll get to something that's kind of like The Shining, but also a little bit different. I don't know. I don't know if a lot of like younger listeners would really be familiar with this movie, but I think older generations who are like, you know, kind of around in the 70s probably remember this movie, and I don't know what their thoughts are of it, but
I wonder what it would have been like, how high profile of a movie and a release it would have been back when it came out.
Like, I don't necessarily see it in a lot of, it's in some top 10 lists, but like, I don't know if it's in a lot of top 10 horror haunted house lists. But I think if you like start expanding it to like top 20, like you're probably for sure going to see Burnt Offerings on most of those top 20 lists at least. Yeah, so that's my number 8.
Cool. Yeah. So my number 7, all right, I put another movie that I want to watch, but I haven't seen it yet. But I know you were saying that you quite like this, and when I mentioned it,
it might be on my list.
You were like, "Oh, I should." It makes me think that I should put that on, but it was Oculus.
Right.
So that was a movie that came out not that long ago. You know, probably like 7 years ago, maybe.
I'm glad you put it on this. Honestly, to be honest.
Okay, for one thing, like my brother told me that he really liked it, and he was trying to convince me to watch it, and it was one of those things that just kept on escaping me. But been meaning to watch it for a long time now. But you're quite a fan yourself.
I had no expectations, and maybe that's why I liked it so much. I've actually seen some of the other movies that the guy's made, and he's actually becoming quite a skilled horror storyteller. I think it's actually the guy who's later gone on to make a lot of these mini series that have become really popular. For like he did The Haunting of Hill House mini, like a lot of these like Netflix mini series, like The Haunting of Hill House. He redid, and then he did.
What is that guy?
He did Midnight Mass. I think he also did Dr. Sleep.
I know that guy's a very.
I believe this is the same guy. I really hope I'm not confusing him with somebody else. But he's pretty consistently good with a lot of the stuff
Mike
of his.
Flanagan.
That's right. Yeah. So did Mike Flanagan do Oculus? Let's just double check before I keep praising him. I want to make sure he at least did Oculus, because that's the one we're talking about.
He did do The Haunting on Hill House there. Photos. Where the heck is his filmography?
I think he even did
here we
like a couple like Ouija movies, which to be honest, like there was a Ouija movie that was really bad, and he did a
Oculus he directed.
Yeah, so there was like a Ouija movie that came out that wasn't very good, and he weirdly did the sequel, which I thought, well, I hated the first movie, but again, because he was doing the sequel was incredibly better than the first one, I thought, like by a landslide.
Yeah, is that right? Hey?
It almost felt like that was the first movie, but
I don't see the Ouija movies on here though. Oh, wait, there it is. Ouija, Origin of Evil. That's the sequel, I guess?
Yeah. And yeah, no, he's, I like
well, maybe
his...
it was just a movie that was in much more capable hands, eh?
Yeah, well, yeah, exactly. I think that's exactly what it was. Yeah, I like his instincts.
Yeah.
As a horror, like, I mean, not that he has to stick with horror, but you know, we do kind of need good horror people these days who understand the genre, and he seems to definitely understand it. And so, again, yeah, I don't want to go too deeply into Oculus if you haven't seen it, but it's just any kind of movie that's kind of, you know, set with just a couple of characters in like a room, and it can really captivate you. Mm-hmm. Like that's, to me, like that takes some talent, and Oculus does that. And it's just, it's a movie that kind of so the thing, it's not as much a haunted house as it is a haunted mirror. And it's also a mirror that has the power to manipulate your perspective. Mm-hmm. So it's like, it literally can alter your reality. And so that's kind of how it screws with the characters, is it kind of is making them hallucinate into thinking that, you know, certain things are something else. I don't know. Yeah, there's not really too many like standout moments I could really get into. Like, it's another one that has like a nice little twist ending. But I thought it was great. I definitely think it was, it's definitely one of the better and much more memorable horror movies of the last 13 years. Also, a neat little trivia bit is, as far as I know, Mike Flanagan uses that mirror as a cameo. He tries to stick that mirror in almost all of his other works, like an Easter egg, where you can maybe just, if you're paying attention, you can spot it in the background.
Oh, okay, that's
the Oculus mirror.
Huh.
Yeah, it's kind of like Sam Raimi's car.
Yeah, so it doesn't necessarily mean anything. Or
I don't know. I don't think it's supposed to be the Oculus mirror. I mean, maybe it is supposed to be the Oculus mirror, and it just moves
he's
around.
Tie it all together at some point.
Yeah, yeah. But yeah, I don't know. Yeah, if you guys are if you've seen Mike Flanagan's work, or if you haven't and want to, keep your eyes out and see if you can spot the, maybe make it a drinking game, drink every time you see the Oculus mirror. But yeah, I was, again, I should say, like, I was kind of skeptical of this movie. Like, it looked like a very just generic modern horror movie that I just thought, oh, there's not gonna be anything special about it. Mm-hmm. But it definitely surprised me. So
yeah, that definitely helps when a movie, when you don't have much in the way of, when you're not expecting it to be good and it has some pleasant surprises. Hey,
yeah,
I almost feel like it gives you it maybe gives it an unfair advantage, in the sense that you're like, oh, I thought that was going to suck, but that ended up being actually very good.
Yeah, yeah.
And then
the magic of low expectations, like, it works
exactly.
every time.
Exactly. So, do you want to talk about your number 7?
Yeah. Okay. So probably another movie that a lot of people probably don't really know about, but this was one that I kind of grew up with, like, from an early age. And this movie, again, was one that really freaked me out a lot. I don't know what it is. I should probably, I haven't said this earlier, but I should say that when it's done properly, I mean, these days, nothing really scares me, but when I was a kid, ghost stories probably freaked me out more than almost anything else. Like, just because I was like, it was plausible that maybe ghosts were real. And also, if they're real, like, you have no control. You can't really fight them. You can't really ward them off. For all you know, they're in the room with you right there. And
yeah, it's also maybe one of those things where it's like, it's not really something you can prove or disprove.
Yeah, but like, it's almost like when you have the feeling that something's there, sometimes you feel like that feeling you're getting is almost encouraging something to actually be there,
Yeah.
And I don't know, even when I was a kid, I usually wasn't that scared while I was watching a movie. it would be more like, oh, maybe the movie will startle me, but I never really felt that scared when I was watching a movie. But then after I'd be done, I would like, walk up to my bedroom and then try to go to sleep in the dark. And that's when I would start getting scared, is when it would be my own imagination would be freaking me out while I'm alone in my room. And that's when I'd be thinking like, oh God, well, what if there's a ghost in my room right now? And that was always the stuff. So it's like movies kind of gave me the material to be creative and freak myself out about stuff. But I always knew when I was watching a movie that it wasn't real, but then those imageries would just give me ideas to scare myself with later on. And I don't know why it seems like ghost ones always seemed the scariest, because I don't know, it's like the ghost, for all I know, there's a ghost right in front of me and I can't see it. It's just you seem so vulnerable. While even if it's like a slasher, you kind of think, well, you could run, you could hide, maybe you could even try to fight the killer. But a ghost, I don't even know how you even begin with that. I guess I have to get a proton pack and take them out. But anyway, so the movie that I'm talking about right now is a movie called The Haunting of Julia. I later found out it had another title called, I think it's also known as a movie called Full Circle.
Oh, this is the alternate title for the movie?
Yeah, it's maybe like one of them is maybe like the European title, and the other one was like maybe like the American title.
Okay.
I always knew it as Haunting of Julia, and then weirdly I would see like variations of it called Full Circle. I don't think there's anything different in the edits or anything like that, but it's a movie from like the late 70s, and it stars Mia Farrow, and it's funny because like everyone kind of usually when they think of Mia Farrow in horror, they'll think Rosemary's Baby, and but this is the other one I always think about her with. And she like looks the same as in Rosemary's Baby. She still has the same short haircut. And for me, this movie is a lot creepier than Rosemary's Baby is. I'm not saying it's a better movie, but it kind of always got to me more. And it's about a movie where at the beginning of the film, she loses her daughter who like chokes to death. And even that in itself is kind of like a creepy, it's a very realistic and creepy way they go about that. And so it kind of her marriage kind of dissolves, and she ends up moving into a new house. And then what's creepy is that the ghost in the movie is a little girl spirit. And so, she's kind of associating this ghost with her daughter. And even as a viewer, you're kind of thinking to yourself, is this the daughter, right? You're also thinking, is this even a ghost? Is she losing her mind, or is this stuff actually happening? Which, it's kind of like the same sort of thing as Rosemary's Baby. And the other thing I just got to say about this movie is it's got some amazing music. It's got this soundtrack that kind of starts off just as a nice little like somber piano melody, and then it kind of turns into this weird like synthesizer music that is like very of the times. Like I don't think you could use this music in a movie in like the 80s or 90s. It would just be way too out there, but it like exactly makes sense for a movie in 1978. And that's like one of the stars of the movie is this the music from Haunting of Julia. And I don't know, one of the things
doesn't that make such a difference when you have great music in a film?
Yeah.
In terms of just communicating and building up that tension, and essentially contributing to the overall atmosphere that you're experiencing, and then drawing you into the scenes and helping to like sell the creepiness, sell the scares, all that stuff.
Another thing, just like a little thing about this movie I wanted to bring up was it kind of like showed me a concept that I never really considered at the time as a kid that kind of also kind of freaked me out. Because I felt it was almost like a rule breaker, which is that usually when I think of like haunted house ghosts, they're sort of trapped in the house.
Oh, okay.
Like,
Yeah.
when you're in the house, the ghost is in the house. But in the haunting,
and if you can get out of the house, then you're okay.
Yeah, but in the Haunting of Julia, that was like the first movie that kind of gave me the example of, oh no, sometimes the ghost can leave the house and it can stalk you even when you leave. And that was a thing that just really kind of bothered me.
Yeah.
Where I'm just sort of like, oh my God, you can't even escape this thing. And also just the fact that it being like a little girl, like, I mean, some people might just sort of think like, oh, well, that's just a little girl kicker or something, you know. But I don't know. There's just something about
like you normally would to
like
a little girl.
yeah. I always kick a girl just in case she's a ghost.
Yeah.
It's just a good way to find out. But yeah, again, because it's a ghost, it's not a girl. It's this entity that has powers beyond what you're capable of doing. But because it's in the package of this little girl, it kind of makes it creepy. It's just a little bit different, but it's creepy. And it's like, they don't overdo it. Like, you know, when they kind of, show like the ghostly kind of moments, like it's very sparring and so, yeah, it's just not overly done. And I don't know. It's just a horror movie. Like, they don't do them a lot like this anymore, where it's sort of more. It's not that it's like it's not that it's just a psychological thing, but it kind of forces you to have to kind of think a little bit and fill in the gaps to kind of to understand why it's creepy. And it's got a great ending. Again, like most of these movies I'm talking about, the endings are real spoilers, so I'm not going to go into those. But yeah, again, like if you're looking for like a good ghost movie, I wouldn't be surprised if The Haunting of Julia is on YouTube or something similar to that. I could see that.
From what year?
1978. It's just the fact that it's not a very well known movie, at least as far as I feel. Like it's not on most people's ghost lists. I should just so for that reason, I think like there's a chance it could be on there. Like in the same way that you would not find this movie on Netflix, I'm pretty sure. But yeah, I mean, it's it's got Mia Farrow. Her husband is Keir Dullea from 2001: A Space Odyssey. Like it's got.
Oh yeah, it is on here.
It's on YouTube.
Yeah, you can watch it. An hour 37 minutes. Like, so if you feel like checking out, just go look it up on YouTube, and there it is.
And maybe if the quality is
these opening credits are already turning me on. Yeah.
And maybe even if the quality isn't great, maybe type in the Full Circle, and maybe that version is also on YouTube.
Looks like it. So it does say Full Circle here.
Okay, yeah.
Let's just see. Ooh, there's that creepy piano.
Oh, I love it.
I like these opening credits with this house.
Yeah, it's a very cozy movie. Like it's I'm pretty sure it's I don't know if it's a British production, but it's set in England.
Okay.
So it gives it that extra element there.
Yeah, this looks like it's in all right quality, you know?
Yeah.
Very watchable.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, there you go. It's awesome how many of these great classics are available just so accessibly.
Yeah.
You know, isn't like that truly is amazing, because think back to when we were teenagers, or when I was a teenager, like early 2000s, let's say, or any time before.
I'm sure we had a little overlap in our teenage years. I'm sure.
Exactly. There was. But like in those years, right, just how inaccessible things were. Like if you wanted to find this movie, you'd probably have to go to some specialty like import DVD store or something. You couldn't just look it up online.
Yeah. Maybe
you could order it on Amazon, but even like that was kind of before Amazon was doing a lot of that stuff. It was like, how are you going to watch this? Mm-hmm. You just can't. It's just not available.
Well, don't even get me started on how I had to find my porn. Yeah, that's a whole other story. But yeah,
just
no,
look in under your dad's mattress. Huh?
Yeah. Well, the part of the reason why I hope one of the benefits of this podcast is that you know, now everything is more or less accessible. The problem is that you need to know what you're looking for to find it. So, sure. You know, that's why we're kind of here, that, you know, we've seen a lot of movies, and so we can kind of just say like, hey, like these are some great ones. Now you just have to look for the titles.
Yeah,
and
talk about them a little bit and give people something to get intrigued about.
Yeah. So, number 7 for me is The Haunting of Julia, aka Full Circle.
Cool. Good recommendation there. I'm going to go on to my number 6 here, which is, and it's a crossover from our Gothic horror episode again, but The Woman in Black with Daniel Radcliffe. And now here's a thing that I will say about this, because there's like the older one from 89, I think.
Right, yeah.
And I was watching some clips from that, and I'm like, you know, again, I love this era for filmmaking, and there's something creepy about that, like that I enjoy, that I think it makes me intrigued to want to watch that version, you know, from beginning to end. But I do enjoy also the production value that comes from the more modern version of the Daniel Radcliffe movie, where it's like the cinematography is nice, or the colors more vibrant, or whatever. It's just kind of this sharper image, or it's more carefully crafted, sort of. Well, I mean, arguably more carefully crafted, but it's just there's more of a polish to it, I suppose. And it's two different styles, right? You're getting two very different experiences watching that 89 version movie versus the modern one.
I would almost say...
It's funny, I say modern, even though it's like 10 years old now.
Oh, no, to me, it's... I still have to kind of convince myself that movies in the 90s aren't modern.
I know, exactly. That's just it, right? It's like...
But yeah, I mean, I guess for our viewers listening, like, I guess, you know, we should probably give you guys a heads up is that, you know, if you're not very familiar with a lot of, you know, British works, like especially like because the original movie is actually a TV movie. So, you know, if you've seen a lot of, you know, British television or you know, British movies, then yeah, you'll probably enjoy The Woman in Black. But if you don't really watch a lot of that stuff, the original movie might be maybe just a little bit too dry for you. Because it's I'm almost sure that the original movie didn't have a theatrical run. It was made for television, so it has that real 80s British television feel to it. While the new one is definitely much more polished. The thing about the original is just like it's just this kind of slow, somber thing. You can almost like kind of it's very kind of like comforting and relaxing. It's kind of cozy, but then when the scary parts happen, they just kind of smack you because it just feels like they kind of come out of nowhere in a way. But that old one looks like it's creepy though. I'm definitely curious to check it out. Yeah. But yeah, that's number 6 for me. Was there any things that you wanted to say about The Woman in Black that maybe we didn't discuss about in the Gothic
I don't want to
hang
too long on it because we've been going for a little while already. But and yeah, we did talk about it more in the Gothic episode too. Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, clearly, we definitely both recommend that movie. And so, yeah, for people who haven't seen it yet, check out either ones. You know, depending on what you're more into.
It is a Gothic haunted house movie. Like, what a great combination. Yeah. Okay, so, well, my number 6 we've already talked about, which is The Others. Okay, so that's your number 6, eh? Yeah. Okay, well, my number 5 is The Conjurings. Okay, so well, that makes that easy. That. But they kind of cancel each other out there then. Is your number 5 a new one? It is. Okay, let's take a short little break here and we'll come right back. Yeah. Alrighty, back to the table. Freshened up and ready to go. Carrying on through our top 10 of the haunted house list. Movies, top 10 haunted house movies from Oliver and Kevin. Let's see, we just determined that my number 5 was The Conjuring, which we already talked about. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, I guess we were on my number 5, I guess. That's right, yeah. I think you were about to tell us about what your obscure one is going to be this time. I think this is my one and only foreign film on the list. Oh, great, a foreign film. Well, because every time I do these lists, easily it just ends up being a whole bunch of, either American or maybe European movies. And I'm always just like, and if they're European, it's probably mainly like British or maybe Italian. So I'm always just like, oh, wait, did I miss out? Did I miss some really good foreign haunted house movies that when I was doing research, there was this Guillermo del Toro movie that came up called... Kronos. No. What the hell was it? Wait, was this a recent Devil's Backbone? That's the one. Oh, okay. Yeah. Is that a haunted house movie? Well, it's a ghost movie. Damn, and now that you brought it up, I was just like, crap, that's a perfect example. That is a perfect example of a foreign movie that just slid past me without thinking about it. Just since you brought it up and it's ghost related, I guess, this movie's not on either one of our lists. But so The Devil's Backbone is actually the middle movie of a loose trilogy of Guillermo del Toro's, which is Kronos,
followed by The Devil's Backbone, and the third one is Pan's Labyrinth. And the only real thing that connects this trilogy is that they all kind of are focused on children in a sort of horrific kind of scenario, I guess. Okay. That's the only real connection, but it's considered...
so thematically, there's sort of a parallel there.
Yeah, and I think all three of those are also very like personal Del Toro movies compared to maybe some of his other ones.
Okay, gotcha.
They're and all three of those movies are all they're all really good. Pan's Labyrinth definitely probably is the most acclaimed one. I don't think the other movies were nominated for any Oscars, but Kronos is his first movie, and I was quite impressed at the production value for a first-time Mexican filmmaker's feature. He definitely had his sort of style worked out very early on, but I don't know. I won't go much more into that, but how did we get onto Devil's Backbone?
Oh, it was just a movie that had come up when I was doing just looking at lists of haunted house movies and trying to generate some ideas. And I thought of it when you mentioned foreign films. I was like, oh yeah, that was like this one that I discovered.
Yeah, Devil's Backbone even seems, of the three movies, even a little bit closer to Pan's Labyrinth in that it almost has like the feeling of a foreign Oscar-nominated horror movie. Like it deals with a lot of I think it also takes place in it wouldn't be the Spanish Civil War, but there was it definitely had to take place, I think, during a wartime period in Mexico, I think. And so aside from the supernatural stuff, yeah, there's a lot of very like mature adult things in the movie, much like kind of like the sort of Nazi subject matter in kind of like Pan's Labyrinth, right? That was a movie I was like wanting to see for a long time. Like I didn't see that till after Pan's Labyrinth, but it's a nice little atmospheric horror movie. Yeah, I'd recommend it.
Cool.
Yeah.
So the one you were talking about for your number 5 here.
So my foreign movie is actually a movie from Japan known as House.
Or as nice. Shout out to Japan. We haven't come across any Japanese films yet.
There's actually a number of movies called House. That's why I wanted to definitely make an emphasis on it being the Japanese one. There's also a well-known haunted house movie from the 80s called House, followed by House 2. And those are, bordering onto horror comedies. And those are a lot of fun, but those are not nearly as amazing as Hausu. So this was a movie that, like, I think as most people in North America didn't know that this movie really even existed till maybe, 13 or so years ago. It just was kind of this thing that kind of fell under the through the cracks of I don't think this was a movie that was ever distributed in North America. And I think even in Japan, it was kind of, after it came out, was kind of forgotten until it was like had a resurgence. And this is one of the most craziest movies I think I've ever seen in my life. Like just in general. There's nothing like this movie, I could say, that I've seen. It's definitely not a scary movie at all. I think that the director actually helped write the story with his like 5-year-old daughter, and it shows. It's a bizarre.
That doesn't sound good to me so far.
Yeah, it's because the nonsensicalness of it is like that. Like it involves a bunch of schoolgirls who all decide to go on a trip with one of their friends to her aunt's house that she's never met before, and as they go to the house, they start to kind of realize that the aunt's maybe a witch. But there's also but the house is also haunted, and there's a bunch of crazy things that happen. But the movie's like, you watch the movie and you're like, this is basically a comedy. But the visuals are amazing. Like the director was, I think this was his first feature film, and he was like, for the 10 years before this, he was like a Japanese commercial director. Mm-hmm. So he basically decided to be like, for his first movie, that he was going to just do every like visual graphic effect that he knew and just threw it all in this movie. And it's I think the movie was probably way too much for audiences when it came out. But now in this day and age, with the crazy ADD-ridden audiences of today, I think it finally found its audiences, because that's kind of almost what you need to be to enjoy this movie, is just a super kind of ADHD kind of person, because this movie is just off the wall. And I remember I think I discovered it by I found the trailer online, because I guess they had done a restoration and decided to release it to North America. And I had only like recently moved to Vancouver, and I didn't really have enough kind of crazy film friends who would want to go see this with me. So I remember I decided to buy, I bought a pass to the Cinematheque specifically just so that I could go see this movie, because it was the only way I could. And later on it became, I think Criterion made a DVD, and now it's actually pretty easy for you to find it online. But I actually wasn't sure whether I'd ever have a chance to see this movie again. So I just went in, I very rarely go to movies by myself, but this was a movie that I just could not miss the chance of seeing.
You know, I actually kind of love going to see movies by myself.
Yeah, it's not like, it's weird. Like, I don't know why I don't do it more, because it's a really nice thing. I've only done it a few times, but it's never been a bad experience.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. And it's, I mean, like, how cool that you got to see this movie in the theaters as opposed to, you know.
Well, this was a movie I actually did later rewatch a number of times on smaller screens, but I'm so glad I saw it on the big screen. Like, that was, this was definitely a movie made for the big screen.
So was it new at the time, or it had just been freshly imported?
Well, it was new to North America.
Yeah, okay.
Like,
so that's what it was.
Like, that was the thing, was I was, for decades, I would be going on like IMDb, and I would always be hunting down horror movie lists. I was always trying to find weird little hidden gems that nobody knew about that were just waiting to be discovered. And I would find other ones, but this Hausu movie never showed up anywhere. Like, I literally I was just like, where did this movie come from? How did this pass by me?
Now it's a hidden gem that is showing up in our podcast, and anybody who's listening can go like
I don't even know if
this is a gem that is being delivered right now. Like, go watch this movie.
I'm not even sure how hidden of a gem it is. I've seen people wearing Hausu t-shirts now.
Oh, so you mean it's gotten like really big since?
Well, yeah. Like, if you're a real horror, if you're eventually really obscure horror movies, or even maybe you might be more into just sort of like Japanese kind of media. You know, that could be enough to maybe make some of these people hip enough to this movie. There's also a cat. There's this kind of like cat character in it that I think that attracts a lot of viewers. Like, I remember when I was in the movie theater and the cat first showed up, and the cat doesn't do anything when it first shows up. It's just a cat. But a bunch of people I heard in the theater were chuckling, and I could tell that they probably saw the trailer as I did. I think they went to the movie specifically because they were cat lovers, and they probably thought, Hausu is a movie about a killer ghost cat, which it's not. But I think, like, I don't know, there's so many cat lovers out there. They probably loved they loved a lot of Japanese stuff and anime, and it in many ways it does feel almost like a live action anime. I mean, that's how bizarre it is. And I mean, I don't even know where to begin, like what to focus on when talking about this movie. It's one of the most visually beautiful movies I've ever seen. I kind of lump it with two other horror movies that all kind of came out around the same time in the late 70s. And to me, these are like all just the most beautifully kind of stylistic movies. And it usually kind of boils down to the lighting and the color choices they use. But the movies are basically Carrie, Suspiria, and Hausu. And they're all very different movies, but they're just very stylistic, and they really just go for these vibrant colors that you don't see anymore in horror movies. Yeah,
but it's interesting because I don't think of Carrie as being like particularly beautiful visually.
When I say beautiful, I kind of mean like the coloring of it. Like, it's very stylized. Most of the movie isn't all that stylized, but I'm kind of thinking about like the prom sequence.
Okay.
You know, when Brian De Palma really goes deep into those red lights. Like, if there's one thing that all three of these movies really have, is like they go kind of deeply with the red lights. But I'd say of the three movies, Carrie would be like the tamest of the three, while Suspiria and Hausu are just, I don't know, maybe it has something to do with that the European and Asian industries just going a little bit more for this sort of visual style, where maybe Hollywood was always kind of trying to go for a certain degree of realism. But yeah, Hauzu, yeah, it's almost like, it almost has the vibes of like a fairy tale in a weird way. But again, like a fairy tale that's almost kind of written by a child. Like it's very simple in those ways. And it's like a comedy. There's really nothing. There's no point in the movie that you feel that the movie's trying to scare you.
Yeah, okay.
But
gotcha.
I mean, there's one part where like each one of the girls is a very specific kind of cliche. Like there's like the fat girl who just can't stop eating. There's like the kung fu girl who just uses martial arts wherever she can. There's the musical girl who, later on gets like literally eaten by a piano that she's playing.
That sounds pretty scary. To me, as a piano player, that sounds like a very frightening concept. It
is, unless you see this weird movie that makes no sense, because when the scene happens, it's almost like orgasmic. She weirdly almost enjoys being eaten by the piano. Does it make sense? No, but you'd have to see it to believe. And yeah, I don't know. It's like, again, I don't know how you could make the movie today. Like, because you would do it today probably just with tons of CGI, but the way that they kind of make the house, like it's like the house itself kind of like shifts and contorts and walls move in and out. Like they do such an animated job of showing the house physically being alive.
Is this like some kind of practical effects where they use practical effects to create all these changes and distortions?
I'd say they use just about every practical effect and every camera effect that is like possible, as well as every editing effect. Like,
I mean, this sounds like it would be a really interesting thing to watch just for that alone, kind of to marvel at the techniques that are being demonstrated.
This would be a movie I would say like watch with a bunch of your friends, especially if you have a lot of friends who are really into Asian cinema. Then I think they would especially really appreciate this.
How do you actually spell it? Because I know you were sort of going house.
I think you'll find it if you type in HAUSU.
Let's see.
If that doesn't work, maybe try HOUSU. You could also try House 1978 and see if that pops up.
Okay.
And it's funny because when I saw the movie, I was just sort of like, who is this director? I need to see all of his movies. And I don't think he ever was given the opportunity to go as crazy as he was with this movie, because it almost seems like this is the movie of his career. This is probably the thing that culturally he's most famous for. Yeah. But, like there's a scene in the movie where a guy, gets really scared and freaks out, and then he turns into a pile of bananas. It's that kind of stuff,
oh, okay.
Just like your common, typical horror movie kind of stuff.
Something like that.
Yeah.
Finally, the sequence I've been waiting for.
I mean, they always show that sort of stuff in books, but they never decide to take that leap in the movies. Like probably like half the books I read, a guy turns into a pile of bananas, but it's hard to sell that in a movie. Like that's why movies are so you got to kind of do things differently. But Hauzu, it had the guts, to show you a man turning into a pile of bananas.
Yeah. I'm trying to picture that.
Yeah, it's probably exactly the way you imagine it. Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, perfectly. But yeah, I don't know. It's I mean, if people are listening, if they've seen this movie, they know exactly what I'm talking about the craziness of this thing. There's like musical numbers. I mean, the movie's not a musical, but there are moments in the movie where you're like, oh, okay, now it's a music video.
Yeah.
It's just everything. And so that's the thing, is like, I don't even really appreciate Hauzu as a horror film. I appreciate Hauzu just as a testament to style in cinema itself. Like, it just happens to use the premise of the haunted house genre to tell its story. But yeah, that's the one. My God, not even any Italian horror movies made this list.
Jeez,
shocking.
Not even a
Mario Bava. Yeah. But no, this one goes to the Japs.
All right, well,
Hauzu.
that's good. That's good. I mean, it's good that we're kind of exploring other parts of the world too.
Yeah,
and that'll be because that's one of the cool things about foreign cinema is you get just different influences, right? And as a result, it tends to yield very different styles of work, right?
Yeah.
And so there's so much fascinating stuff to watch from other parts of the world where you're going to be like, this is entirely original. This is unlike anything that I've seen domestically or out of Hollywood or whatever. But
I can't think of any movie like Hausu that I've ever seen. So it's just neat in general to see something like that.
Yeah, no, it's nice to introduce people to that and to explore. So.
Yeah, no, I honestly think you could maybe not like a little kid, but I mean I think anyone from the age of 10 and older could easily watch Hausu, maybe even younger. I could have, as a 7-year-old, I would have enjoyed Hausu. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it would have warped my fragile little mind, maybe, but I would have enjoyed it.
All right, well, number 4 for me was we were sort of discussing this earlier and going, does this qualify? Is this a haunted house movie? But it's Beetlejuice. And I can't remember if you said that you had put this on your list or not. Yeah,
I did. Mine actually, Beetlejuice actually made it to number 3 for me. That's
okay.
how much I dig it. But
well, good, so we can...
But I'm like you, man. I was very hesitant to put it on because I had other movies I could have. I could have thrown The Changeling on there. There was a number of other ones I could have thrown on, but I was just like, Beetlejuice is just so great. Mm-hmm. It has to be on the list. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, and it's I guess what's kind of nice too is to talk about some movies that are not necessarily typical scary horror films, but more like comedies, which I kind of think of Beetlejuice as being much more.
You know what? I think you almost got to give Tim Burton credit for that because I actually think Beetlejuice was originally meant to be more of a legitimate horror movie. I think it was always meant to be a little bit comedic, but I think I think they originally offered it to Wes Craven, and they were going for more of a legitimate horror movie with a little bit of humor in it. And then once Tim Burton took it over, he went more for no, let's make it a comedy with maybe a few kind of moments that are a bit scary. And I'm so glad that he took it because Beetlejuice is definitely one of my favorite Tim Burton movies.
Mm-hmm. It's funny because it's actually one that I often overlook and forget to think about.
Oh, really?
The ones that I usually think about are kind of, I don't know, like Batman Returns, Edward Scissorhands, Big Fish, Sleepy Hollow, Sweeney Todd.
Yeah, see, I mean, I would think Beetlejuice way before Big Fish. I would think Beetlejuice before Big Fish and some of those other movies.
Yeah,
but,
somehow I kind of overlook his 80s work a little bit. Well, I mean, I always have Pee-wee's Big Adventure in the back of my mind, but it's almost as though I forget that he did anything else in the 80s.
I almost wonder if that has something to do with just our brief age difference because Beetlejuice was such a huge thing in the late 80s. I remember I was Beetlejuice for Halloween. I had all the toys.
Beetlejuice was
the cartoon was great.
And again, so sort of coming from not having, I was born in 89, so not having been there to kind of experience the cultural impact of it at the time, it was my impression of it actually is that it's quite a little entity from that time period, from the late 80s, in that it's much like Ninja Turtles or Back to the Future or some of these things that are kind of definitive just 80s things.
Okay, yeah.
I mean, again, speaking of icons, because we were talking all about icons when we were going back to our slasher episode, I like Beetlejuice is quite an icon, and they've only done the one movie too.
I was going to say that's what's so impressive is that it's only the one movie, and that was enough to make him an iconic staple permanently. And nobody's ever like, oh, what the hell? It's not like he didn't he should have had more movies to deserve it. It's like everyone's no, it's Beetlejuice. How do you not know Beetlejuice?
Yeah, for sure. And I do feel like, it stands out as such a just unique, weird concept.
Yeah, so many things I like about Beetlejuice aren't even the major things. It's like the minor things. It's like the design of the house. It's Catherine O'Hara's sculptures. It's like really random little choices, like just the scenes where, like, you know, they're all at the dinner table eating Cantonese food. Like, it's just each scene is done in a really unique way that I suppose I have to give that credit to Tim Burton, that's why each one of those scenes is the way it is. And I could see Beetlejuice just being a really bland movie with a few really exceptional scenes if somebody else was making that movie.
Yeah, yeah.
And the funny thing is, Beetlejuice is in it very little. Like, I think he's got...
Well, that's kind of the surprising thing, right? Like, because, like, and here's maybe why I overlook it too, is that I didn't watch it until my 20s, I think.
Right.
So...
That would make a difference.
I've seen all these other Tim Burton... I'd become familiar with all this other Tim Burton stuff long before that. And so that stuff was always kind of top of mind. And then Beetlejuice was this thing where it's like... Oh yeah, I've never seen this, or at least I hadn't. I might have seen part of it when I was like 4 years old or something, because I seem to have vague memories of watching bits of it or being aware of it, but it wasn't like something that I was familiar with.
Mm-hmm. I was like 5 or 6, so at that age, it definitely had a big impact on me. And it was it was that time where I was really excited because I always wanted to see as many horror movies as I could get my hands on. But as a kid, I was just a slave to whatever my parents would allow me to watch. Yeah, yeah. And so
but you're also probably a great age for that movie.
Well, that was what was so great was Beetlejuice was this kind of in-between movie where, I mean, to be honest...
a little bit edgy for kids.
Yeah, a lot of kids I don't think would be able to handle it. But for me, it was that perfect balance where I'm like, ooh, this is like almost scary, but I can handle it all. And I really appreciate... It was cool because it was a lot... It was a lot more legitimate than, say, a lot of the other kids' horror stuff I was watching. Mm-hmm. While still, being able to not traumatize me and stuff. It's like they were making references to The Exorcist before I knew anything about what The Exorcist was, just little things like that. And, it's like, it's one of those movies where it's almost one of those weird movies where, like, I remembered a lot of the dialogue that the actors said didn't even make sense to me because you're so young, you can hear them talking, but you can't make any connections to some of the things that they're saying. And then as you get older, everything starts to make sense and you understand everything that they're saying, and nothing changed in their words. It's just you changed. You understood. That's how far back I'd been watching this movie where I just, it's like the family didn't make a lot of sense to me, but the things Beetlejuice said were crystal clear. And again, I love the cartoon. I think I was maybe as a kid almost just as big of a fan of the cartoon as I was with the movie. Yeah. What
do you think of this prospect of them making a sequel, like in modern times, with
it's
bringing back Michael Keaton?
Yeah, I'm so torn. I want the movie to be great. Like, I
just have no faith that it will be. Well, I'm like all of these reboots from these old classics, like, they did obviously the Dumb and Dumber 2. They did like Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure. I just think it's going to be a nostalgia movie that just can't possibly live up to what people's expectations of it would be and what it needs to be to actually be a quality film and add something to the franchise and not kind of take away from it.
Yeah, I'm not against a Beetlejuice 2. I just feel like they waited too long. Like when you make a sequel that's nearly 40 years later, that's a reboot. That's not a sequel. Like,
unless you're like intentionally setting it 40 years later,
which they are. I mean, no, it's okay. It's a sequel. What I mean by that is that when you make a sequel that much later, it's going to feel like a reboot,
right?
Because it's just too much of a distance.
Too much time has passed and too many things have changed, and it's almost going to be impossible to kind of get back to that. I don't know, whatever magic was going on at the time when you make the original thing, right?
Well, what freaks me out is that they've been trying to make a Beetlejuice sequel pretty much since the beginning. Like pretty much, I think really. After the success of the original, they were like, hey, well, how about Beetlejuice 2? And I think Tim Burton was against it. And so I think they just thought, okay, well, maybe if we wait it out a bit.
Maybe we'll just wait it out for 40 years and then ask him.
Well, I remember like in like the late night, like I think they even at one point offered Kevin Smith the chance to write Beetlejuice 2. And they already even had like a script. Like that's the problem is like what worries me is that they've been trying so long to do a sequel. And I'm like, well, why has it been this hard to like why did it take 40 years to just come up with a decent enough thing? Right. Like obviously they just couldn't figure out what to do. And when Kevin Smith was offered the script, it was already kind of like pre-written, and I guess he was maybe going to be like a ghostwriter or rework it. But it was like Beetlejuice Goes Hawaiian. That was the premise. And part of me is kind of like, I'm not 100% against it. Like, again, if it's done with the right director, if Tim Burton did it and believed in it, I wouldn't mind Beetlejuice in Hawaii. It would be very different. It sounds horrible. It sounds horrible, but it would just be, Beetlejuice goes tropical. And again, I think, like, I like to believe that there's not really almost any kind of movie concept that couldn't be done well if the right people work hard enough to make it good. But
to me, that sounds
it's a hard
almost
sell.
like
It's a hard sell. Beetlejuice Goes Hawaiian.
Well, and it's also one of those things where it's like maybe that could work as a sequence in the movie, or maybe I'd be quite entertained by seeing that as a sequence, but I don't know if I'd want the whole movie.
It's just weird that
focused around
they could have gone anywhere with Beetlejuice, and they decided to go tropical, which I'm just sort of like, what, like why? Like, maybe when you're at Beetlejuice number 4. Maybe you do Beetlejuice Goes Hawaiian, but it's starting to feel like Ernest, like the Ernest character, where it's like, like we'll just put Beetlejuice in different locations.
Different settings.
And I kind of felt
Ernest goes to school, Ernest goes to camp, Ernest goes to jail.
Yeah, Beetlejuice Goes to Hawaii, and I just don't know. Yeah, I don't know why. Like, maybe just my love of Beetlejuice, I was just sort of like, okay, if he has to be in Hawaii, so be it. But they've clearly, I'm sure that they basically, like it was just in development hell for so long that they eventually just gave up on that altogether. And obviously the new Beetlejuice movie is not set in Hawaii. The reason why I feel it's going to maybe be a bit of a reboot is like they're actually going way back to the well. Like they rebuilt the house.
So they're actually officially making it then.
Oh, not only that, I think last time I checked, Tim Burton said he shot 90% of the movie. And that was like a few weeks ago.
Yeah,
so I actually
sort of loosely following this.
Yeah, no, it's been shot basically at this point.
Wow, I really wonder what. I'm curious.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard.
Yeah, Beetlejuice 2. Oh, and what do you know? It's got Jenna Ortega.
She's going to be Lydia's daughter.
Bellucci.
Yeah, so Jenna Ortega is going to be. See, my thoughts is I'm kind of like I've seen photos of Winona Ryder, and she looks like she's more or less the same gothic Lydia. So. Yeah. Either Jenna Ortega's also going to be goth, or she's going to be the rebellious daughter who goes non-goth, right?
Oh, man, it's got Willem Dafoe in it,
It's got Willem Dafoe, and your favorite Justin Theroux's in the movie.
Oh, no way.
And Monica Bellucci's going to be Mrs. Beetlejuice. And I love me some Monica Bellucci. So I don't know how I feel about her being Mrs. Beetlejuice, but having Monica Bellucci in a Tim Burton movie... I'm definitely happy about. I don't know. I mean, I've heard quotes from Michael Keaton saying like, wow, this is like, this is just like how we made the original movie. But I'm also...
Yeah, but I've heard that from other people too.
Exactly.
When they were kind of promoting their film. They're like, this is a really great movie.
And that's why it's like, until the thing comes out, even if it's a good trailer, I'm probably like, the movie is so beloved by me that I'm going to be skeptical literally until I see those end credits to know what my feelings are going to be of that movie. But I don't know. I mean, I do feel that Tim Burton is long overdue for a genuinely good movie. And I really hope he doesn't just, screw the pooch on this one, because this could be an opportunity for him to come back with, there have been times when people have made truly great sequels, and it would be nice if they put the like love and care into this to do that. I personally don't feel that Tim Burton has that love for Beetlejuice.
Well, and I also just think that it's almost like a doomed to fail project, just because of the way that I've seen all these other reboot sequel movies go, when they take some early.
Do you think you're going to see an Alec Baldwin cameo in Beetlejuice too?
It's a good question, actually. He's still out there. He's still acting and working and stuff. Why not?
Yeah, I mean, I guess it would kind of... I think Gina Davis might be in the movie, maybe. But it's kind of weird to have Alec Baldwin or Gina Davis, kind of, because you'd have to kind of... I don't know. You'd at least have to come up with some sort of explanation on the fact that ghosts age. And I guess as long as you can come up with a good loophole to explain why ghosts age... then yeah, why not put Gina Davis and Alec Baldwin?
I mean, they could just de-age them the way they de-age everybody else when they want to have them be
the
young.
old deep fakes. Yeah.
Yep, exactly.
Yeah, like they could literally do it with the material from the original movie, and yeah, that'd be a way to go with it.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know. Yeah, like
Danny Elfman is scoring it, so that's good.
Oh yeah, he'd have to be.
Yeah.
Like that's the thing is if Danny Elfman wasn't doing the score, that would be like the first major red flag that I would just be like, do I even want to see this?
Well, for some reason I'd heard that he and Tim Burton had some falling out or something.
Oh, really? I mean, has there been any Tim Burton movies that Danny Elfman didn't score?
Well, he didn't score
Ed Wood. I know he didn't score Ed Wood, but that was for a very specific reason. Like it wasn't like
I think he also didn't score
Big Fish?
No, something more recent than that, like
Dumbo?
Where's all the
I'm just trying to think of Tim Burton movies.
I think he didn't score the frickin' show, the Addams Family show.
Oh, well okay.
I don't know that he did score Dumbo. And what else is Tim?
There's that the school of there's that Samuel L. Jackson one. It's like the school for what is it? Weird kids or something.
Children.
Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, for me, I always just assumed that if it's a Tim Burton movie, Danny Elfman's doing the score. But that
is what you always. But
I get it for Wednesday because it's television. So maybe they couldn't afford Danny Elfman, or Danny Elfman just wasn't interested doing.
Big Eyes. That's one of the ones I don't think that he scored Big Eyes for some reason.
I think you're right.
Let me see. All cast and crew.
A little note to our viewers, if you want to.
Oh no, he did.
Oh, he did do it. Okay. You know, in the last.
Maybe the relationship of Tim and Danny is on good terms.
For all those Big Eye fans out there, if you watch that movie towards the end in the courtroom sequence, you'll find me as the courtroom sketch artist.
Oh yeah, man, that's fucking sweet.
I really make the movie. It wouldn't be the same without me.
That's really cool, man. Well, I'm pretty honored to be sitting amongst you. I mean, that must have been an amazing experience. Honestly, like even if it was just a short little thing.
Yeah, I'm not. It's definitely not my favorite Tim Burton movie, but just watching him direct live in front of me, you definitely see the difference. I've worked with a lot of directors, and you definitely can see the difference between kind of your typical directors for hire and some of the real masters. But Beetlejuice. It's just God, I love it so much. Almost everything about that movie to me is iconic. I don't know. Yeah. Like I think even though it didn't get sequels, I feel like to a degree it had like a lot of inspiration on the latter kind of horror comedies, you know? Movies that you wouldn't even really kind of think of as being anything like Beetlejuice, but they were still very conscious of it. Like, did you ever see the movie Idle Hands?
No.
Okay, it's this like neat kind of like horror comedy from the late 90s. It's got Devon Sawa and Seth Green, and I mean it's really nothing like Beetlejuice, but I think like even they were like kind of saying like they were all very kind of like influenced just by like the tone that Beetlejuice kind of had, and I'm sure there's like other movies I could think of. I don't know. Maybe like Monkey Bone maybe was a little bit kind of story wise there's not a lot like Beetlejuice, but just this kind of tone of like these kind of like wacky demented did you ever see a movie called Little Monsters with Fred Savage and Howie Mandel who play it's a movie that you could almost say that Monsters Inc. I don't know if I don't want to say Monsters Inc. stole from this movie, but it's a very similar premise where it's kind of a boy who befriends the monster that lives under his bed.
Fuck, that's like just what I was talking about the other day, hey?
What's that?
Well, remember when the other day Oliver and I were having a conversation, and I was just like dropping some movie idea that I had, just a premise, where I was kind of like, yeah, I had this idea for like kind of a fun sort of kids movie. It would be about these kids who they're afraid of the monster in their closet. But then their dad is trying to comfort them, and he says, hey, you know what? That's okay. It's just the cuddle monster. And then it turns out it actually is the cuddle monster, and he ends up like the kids end up befriending the cuddle monster. But then when the parents find out that this monster is actually there, they're freaking out and trying to get rid of this fucked up thing, but the kids like are trying to save it. So they end up going off on this adventure trying to save their friend. But
don't give up on that idea because
that's just one of those ones
because it is fairly different than like Little Monsters. Like the parents never know about it, and a big part of it is about the monster. The idea is that the monster doesn't live under the kid's bed. It's under the bed is almost like this kind of like a wormhole where you can actually like fall through the floor, and then you end up in the monster world. This is why I kind of relate it to
mine.
Well, it's just that's just kind of where it kind of has more parallels with Monster Inc., where there is actually this like monster world where like their job is to go into bedrooms and scare kids.
Okay,
but yeah, no, the only real comparison maybe a bit to Beetlejuice is Howie Mandel's character just kind of has that same kind of energy, this kind of wacky monster, yet is in a kid's movie, and yeah, I think there was like some other movies that probably also were influenced by Beetlejuice, but it's hard to really be like a Beetlejuice ripoff because it's just such an original movie. Like to rip it off would just be such a blatantly obvious thing.
It's like if you're gonna rip it off, you're really gonna have to rip it off.
Yeah. But I don't know. Yeah, is there anything else you wanted to say about?
No, maybe
Beetlejuice?
we should carry on here.
Okay,
keep rolling along.
So was that your number? Was that your number
my
4?
Number 4, yeah.
Okay, so my number 4, it's considered quite a classic haunted house movie, and that would be the original Haunting from 1963.
Oh yeah.
Have you seen?
I watched the trailer for this today.
Oh,
and again, it's another one of those ones where I'm like, this is something that I would probably like. I got to check this out.
I'm almost a bit surprised that you haven't seen the remake because that was a kind of a popular kind of mainstream movie, which I hate, but a lot of people have seen the remake, and I wasn't sure if that's one that you've seen or have an opinion on.
Yeah, no, it probably just didn't appeal to me. Or when was it from?
99 maybe?
Okay.
It's got Liam Neeson, Catherine Zeta-Jones, Owen Wilson, Lily Tomlin from...
That doesn't sound familiar at all. I've never really...
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, the problem with that movie was that it was a big Hollywood production directed by an action director. I think it was like Jan de Bont, or like, I think it was the guy who did like Independence Day or in Twister and stuff, and then gave him this horror movie. And the problem is that the movie...
Didn't like Michael Bay or something direct Independence Day?
No.
What the hell?
No.
Oh, no,
it feels like
Roland Emmerich.
Yeah.
That.
And you're so either Jan de Bont or Roland Emmerich did the Haunting remake. One of those two guys.
Gotcha.
And the problem is that you watch it and you're like, yeah, this is a movie made by an action director. Like that's the main thing you can kind of tell. And I don't know, maybe they were just going for something as different as possible from the original, because the original movie is all about subtlety and really kind of not showing the thing, while the remake is just the opposite. It's tons of CGI, and I was just really disappointed by the remake. And Kevin's gone for a piss right now, so I have to really try and stretch out this thought. Maybe I should just go back to talking about the original Haunting and why I think it's so great and such a classic. For one thing, it was directed by one of the greats, which was Robert Weiss, who's not really known as a horror director. Probably the closest thing I could think of that he did that would be in the same sort of genre is The Day the Earth Stood Still. And I think he also did The Body Snatchers before that. But otherwise, he's kind of known more for movies like West Side Story and oh man, I'm blanking out a bit now. But Robert Weiss has done a lot of great movies, and The Haunting is one of my favorite ones. And it's just, I remember it really kind of creeped me out as a kid. And I'm impressed by it because the movie doesn't really show you a whole lot. It's just, it's kind of psychological, and it just kind of like sets up these ideas, and you're just kind of like, ooh, like it just kind of gives you a chill. And I don't know, it seems like it was kind of like one of the first like really official haunted house movies that kind of took it seriously and was kind of trying to almost do it in a sort of a scientific way. And yeah, it's very atmospheric. It's I don't know what I guess your main experience with it is the trailer you saw. Had you ever heard of The Haunting before this, or was there any?
No, because it is quite old, right? Like there's just a lot that I'm not really familiar with. But there's a number of movies that have similar titles to that. You know, it's like how many movies are like, you know, The Haunting on the House on Haunted Hill, for instance, which is my number 3.
So it's funny. It's funny you say that because the book that The Haunting is based on is called The Haunting of Hill House.
Okay, right.
And there's the. Did you see the miniseries, The Haunting of Hill House?
Right. I haven't seen it. But
okay.
Was that the one that was also a Flanagan show?
It was, and even though it's incredibly different from the original movie, and I think it's also really they took a lot of liberties with the show because I think even the book is very different from it. But it's technically the Haunting of Hill House miniseries is technically a rebooted miniseries of The Haunting. You could say it's all kind of part of the same franchise, although there's nothing else you'd really. The only real connection is that, I mean, honestly, I think they're just kind of taking it in name.
Yeah,
unless the book is very different from the movie. I mean, I can't imagine the book being anything like the miniseries, but and then there's also House on Haunted Hill, so that sometimes causes confusion with The Haunting of Hill House and House on Haunted Hill,
or just The Haunting. It's like,
and then there's also the Legend of Hell House. You know, Hell House, Hill House.
Right,
so
exactly.
There's a lot of things that kind of get confused when it comes to that, but yeah, it's mainly known as The Haunting, and I actually, I mean, I've anybody who knows me and knows my YouTube channel, I have gotten in the habit of colorizing clips from old movies, and you can even find I've done a colorization of some sequences from The Haunting. And honestly, I don't think I improved it. I think it's a movie that does work better in black and white. Sometimes I'm just curious to see what these things look like in color, but yeah, it's a really. I don't know. To me, it's like it's a real staple. It's like when I hear haunted house movies, I can't not think about The Haunting. It's definitely got to be included. That's why I guess I have it as number 4. So yeah, highly recommend The Haunting. Highly not recommend the 90s Haunting. I mean, it's almost maybe if you want to have a good laugh, maybe you can enjoy the 90s Haunting. I mean, unfortunately, I think there's a lot of people listening who maybe would enjoy the 90s movie over the original. They're very different, but yeah, I don't know. I'd say if you can, if you're able to, maybe try to watch the original before you see the remake, just to give yourself a good comparison of the two.
Yeah, definitely, and probably good to kind of put that, have a good experience with it beforehand. You know, like if you're the sort of person who likes to watch old movies and can tolerate them. Mm-hmm. I would presume most people listening to this podcast are into old movies, or they're at least open to watching them. But I'd love to watch The Haunting, and I feel like there's so many of those older ones that I'd like to dig into. Another one of which is The House on Haunted Hill, which we've been talking about.
Yep.
Which is, I know you're not that big a fan of, as you were saying.
Yeah, I've got very specific reasons why I'm not crazy about it. But yeah, you haven't seen it, and I don't want to really go into details with.
I haven't seen it. I do think I'd love it again. I mean, I'm kind of judging it based on the trailer, but it was like, you know, it was that Vincent Price coming up in all of his narration. This is my understanding is this is the classic movie where it's like this millionaire invites these people over to his house, and they're all competing to win. In that case, it's in the original's case, it's $10,000. Mm-hmm. But I know there was a Scooby-Doo episode based on this back in the day, and so it's it's a very well known and used concept where it's like these people who are supposed to inherit some money or win some money, and they come to a house and then they end up disappearing or
and the premise is great. Like the premise is great. I actually think like that's maybe the things that are most famous about the movie is not the movie itself as much as the movie. I think is most famous for that premise of, hey, like spend a night or two in this haunted house and you'll win a bunch of money. And then also just the title, The Haunting of Hill House. But and I think just, you know, those that title was just kind of like, you know, thrown around for so long that I think it kind of just by default maybe became a classic, but not a classic that most people who had seen it maybe were saying. It was just, oh, of course, The Haunting of Hill House. One thing, I guess, anybody who hasn't seen the movie, like, so here's one little like preparation that I guess I wasn't expecting is because in the poster for the movie, you see a very classic kind of haunted house. You see like a gothic old mansion. But when you watch the movie, it's this weird, like, modern art kind of building. It's like this thing that's like, was probably like built just a year before it in California.
That's
and you're like,
disappointing.
so you're like, oh, that's the house? That's the Hill House?
Well, that doesn't sound great. Yeah, that doesn't really match what my expectations were.
Yeah, no, to me, the whole movie is just an exercise in subverting the expectations of the viewer. And so that's why when I watched the movie, I kind of felt a bit manipulated and a bit cheated.
Yeah. Well, and that's, I mean, I kind of hate it when they do that. It's like if you're going to set somebody up with, if you're going to go in with, okay, let me figure out how to phrase this. There's an interesting thing about expectation in that it's like you want to be given what you're expecting, but in a way that you don't expect. If that makes sense.
No, that makes perfect sense. And I mean, weirdly enough, if I probably was to watch the movie now, I'd probably be a little bit more forgiving because I know what I'm getting myself into. So I could just try to enjoy it for what it is. Yeah. Right. As opposed to kind of being disappointed for what it wasn't. Yeah, it was, sorry, was this your
number 3?
Was this your number 3?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So you have seen it?
No.
Oh, okay.
but I put it on the list because I didn't have enough.
Okay.
Fuck. I'm going to be much more cultured sometime down the road in my life.
Next year, man, when we do a follow-up to all these episodes, you'll have seen all of these movies.
Fine. These are the top 10 movies that I recommend people check out, not because I've seen them, but because I've seen some of them, but because in the little bit of research that I was doing, I was like, these are ones that are worth mentioning. So we'll just consider it like that. Yeah. Honestly, I mean, I know a lot of people who actually the nice thing is seem to enjoy it. Yeah. Well, and the nice thing is you can jump in and talk about it and give more of your perspective on it. But it is interesting to hear you talking a little bit about this because it's very possible that I would not get what I'm hoping to get watching.
Well, I think it's important to know that anytime you watch a William Castle movie, and this was a movie directed by William Castle, who made most of his movies in the late 50s and 60s. Most movies that were made by William Castle were kind of exploitation movies that were geared towards children. So, you know, when you have that in mind, it kind of makes a lot more sense when you're watching movies like Haunting of Hill House, is that this was made for, you know, kids in the late 50s.
This movie.
The Haunting of Hill House.
Oh, so not the house on Haunted Hill, what we're talking about.
Oh, sorry.
Because we're talking about the house on Haunted Hill.
My bad. I am talking about the house on Haunted Hill.
Oh,
See, even I get these titles confused because they're so similar, right?
I know.
But yeah, that the house on Haunted Hill is what I'm trying to say is a movie that was the main demographic audience for this movie was probably 13-year-old boys in like 1959 or whenever this movie came out. So, so the movie wasn't even meant to really be frightening for the audience at the time it was made. So when you watch it now, I would almost say step into watching this movie as if you're kind of going to go watching an old horror comedy. And I think you'll probably enjoy it a lot more as just as a campy kind of comedy horror movie as opposed to a genuine haunted house film.
Cool.
Yeah.
Well, on that note, what do you want to say for your number 3?
Well, my number 3 is Beetlejuice.
So. Oh, yeah. Okay. So that's great. We can jump over into number 2.
Yeah.
Number 2 for me. Okay. So there is a movie that we haven't even touched upon yet. And I'm kind of glad that we haven't even touched it yet because I did want to save it for the last. And I'm curious if it shows up on your list at all.
Okay.
But so it's not this one, but my number 2 is The Shining.
Okay.
The one that I'm referring to is actually my number one. I'm glad that we haven't talked about it at all yet.
I have a feeling that your number. I feel like your number 1 and 2 are interchangeable with my number 1 and 2.
Oh, okay, interesting.
I'm pretty. It almost has to be. It has to be. I think.
Well,
unless there's a real wild card.
Well, I would be shocked if you didn't think of my number 1. Like if you didn't put it on your list at all. But okay, so The Shining. Do you want to talk about The Shining for a little bit then?
Yeah.
Because maybe that's your number 1.
It is.
Okay. So The Shining is your number 1. It's my number 2.
Okay. And I'm pretty sure my number 2 is your number 1. So this will be neat. But yeah, let's talk about The Shining. I think the reason I put it as my number 1 is I don't know if I can find a more iconic movie than this as far as haunted house movies go. It's just, I don't think it's the scariest haunted house movie, but it's just the imagery in The Shining. You can't get that stuff out of your head when you see it.
Yeah. Oh yeah. There's so many iconic things, right? Like the blood on the wall, like the 2 little girls in the hallway. Mm-hmm. There's the blood coming out of the elevator. Yep. Like some of these just very memorable.
Danny riding his little scooter, through the hallways. A
lot of iconic lines.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Even just the hotel itself is an icon. Like it doesn't even matter. Like the
just
room,
to see it, or the atmosphere
room.
of it. Like,
room 237,
the music,
the hedge labyrinth in the backyard.
I'm thinking about that movie now, and there's not a lot of music in the movie, is there?
I guess, you know what? I think there is.
It's kind of subtle, but for the most part.
The thing is, I think it's just
there's that kind of like it's like this sound. It's almost like ambient sound.
Yeah, a lot of it is an ambient sound, and there's definitely a lot of stuff that has no music. I think that's why it feels like there's not a lot of music, because there's definitely a lot of stuff that has no music. But there's a little bit of Wendy Carlos, who's worked with Kubrick on a few of his soundtracks. She created some original music. There's also some Christoph Penderecki tracks in there, like a lot of the crazy string music that you hear. But there's a lot
of that stuff is just really chilling.
Yeah, but a lot of it is just this like droning ambient sound.
Yeah,
that's just,
which is very suitable. It's like maybe not like these memorable melodic orchestrated scores, but it's just like it's chilling, and it's actually good stuff to listen to.
Well, I find Kubrick's style in general, like his movies, and any one of his movies that you watch, it's like they're hypnotic. They can almost kind of put you into a trance, and in some ways, maybe The Shining more than any of them, because he's doing horror.
I would probably agree with that.
Yeah,
maybe like I think kind of The Shining and Eyes Wide Shut would be the most hypnotic for me.
I think I'd agree with that. Yeah. I mean, there's definitely some stuff also, I think, with 2001, even Barry Lyndon. It's the fact that it's his style where he really lingers on moments.
Yeah. See, I still haven't watched Barry Lyndon. I've been meaning to watch it for so long.
It's not that scary. There's not even, I don't think there's even one ghost.
To be scary,
I know, I'm kidding.
But we were
trying to find ways to get it on this show.
Yeah. In terms of the hypnotic aspect of it, I don't know anything about that.
There's a horror parody called Scary Lyndon, and that's a whole other movie we can get into.
Is that real?
No.
Okay.
Yeah. But yeah, no, it's well, the great thing about The Shining is like, there's even when you're watching the movie, it's another one of those movies where while you're watching it, you're also kind of thinking like, are there ghosts? Or are they going crazy? Mm-hmm. Personally, to me, like the answer is definitely like once you watch the whole movie, like I find the answer is like fairly clear. I don't really know why people would continue the debate after seeing the movie, but at least while you're watching it, there's always fairly deeply into the movie, you could still consider that maybe this is cabin fever, and this is all just happening in their heads. But, well, I don't know about you. To me, the real confirmation that there's true ghosts, it's almost maybe the only evidence of them being real ghosts, is who let Jack out of the cellar when he was locked in. Wendy locks him up in the cellar after he's gone kind of crazy. Yep. And then there's ghosts on the other. He's kind of just like sleeping in the cellar, and then he just hears ghosts being like, "Oh, you haven't quite done what you needed to do," and then they're almost even kind of like making fun of him, being like, "I don't know, like maybe you're not taking this seriously enough. Maybe you're not worthy of us releasing you." And then Jack Nicholson's like, no, I give you my word.
Yeah.
I will take care of this. And then you just hear the latch open. I don't even think you see the door open. You just hear that latch open. And then that's really the only true. Also Shelley Duvall later in the movie, she also literally sees some ghosts. So that's got to be,
Well, yeah, there's all those little like hallucination moments, like, when she sees, say, that bear costume guy who's sucking the dick of, or I don't know what the hell he's doing.
Yeah. Well, hey, did you notice that there's like a trap door in the back of the suit? Did you know that?
Oh, no.
Yeah, there's a trap door. Like his ass is just sticking out at the end of that suit.
Yeah. Okay.
So just
there's
some words for thought there.
A little bit of weirdness going on there.
Yeah. And apparently that character is in the
business.
book. Like the book is I actually attempted to read The Shining, and I kind of gave up on it because I was halfway through the book and they still hadn't arrived at the Overlook Hotel. And I was just
halfway through the book.
Yeah. Like that's
what the fuck?
No, that's the thing. Well, I mean, we could also talk a lot about how Stephen King hates the movie.
They are very different, right?
Yeah. It's just yeah, no, I won't go too deeply into that. I'll try to just kind of focus on the movie. Did you ever see The Shining miniseries TV remake from the 90s?
No.
It is terrible, but I think Stephen King prefers it because it's more accurate to his book. But if anything, it proves
that's fair. I don't like if I'd written a book, I'd probably prefer to see my own work treated like. But it's a very interesting position that he's in, because in that situation, you've got a real master taking your work and doing something original with it and altering it. Like normally I'm really against changing an author's work, and when filmmakers go and try to be like, oh well, we're gonna adapt the book and we're gonna do like our own thing with it, because usually they make it worse.
Yeah, I've always thought that like there's nothing wrong with doing an adaptation that's completely different, but that should be because there's already been an adaptation that was so close to the original source material that at that point the only creative thing to do would be to do something different. Yeah. But if something hasn't tried to accurately adapt the source material, that should be the initial goal. That's just me in general. I just feel like, if I'm reading a book and I'm going to adapt it, I want to try to adapt that actual book as close as I can.
Right.
Unless it's something that is beyond being cinematic, that obviously there's certain things you might have to adjust for the rules of cinema. But I would first want to try to adapt it as truthfully as I could. And if I can do that properly, then hopefully maybe people later on can reboot it in a more creative, offbeat way. Mm-hmm. But there should always at least be existing a version that is truest to the source material before you kind of go into doing really funky experimental stuff.
Yeah. But would you tell that to Kubrick?
No, I would not.
See, that's the thing, is it's like that breaks the it breaks the mold or whatever. It breaks the rule.
Yeah. Well, and I do know that more recently, Stephen King has.
You know what? I would tell Kubrick to do it differently. Fuck his vision. He should have done.
Well, even Kubrick did do it. I mean, Kubrick was notorious. Everyone thinks that he just meticulously had everything planned out. Kubrick was known for making last-minute drastic changes, days before the movie was released. In general, just like he did this with 2001, mm-hmm. I think he did it with Clockwork Orange. He definitely did it with The Shining. I mean, there's a deleted ending to The Shining that is available on YouTube for anybody to watch if they want to see what would have been the original ending. And I'm glad that they didn't do it. It's just like an extra scene that just kind of just doesn't add anything. But sorry, what was I going to say with this? Oh man, I was going somewhere with this.
Hey, we were talking about, altering work, and
I think it's gone. But I don't know. Yeah,
I was saying. Oh, you were talking about how Stanley Kubrick was notorious for changing things, and making last minute decisions. And
Yeah, no, it's okay. It's if it comes back to me later, I'll bring it up. But oh, this was what I was going to say, was that in more recent years, Stephen King actually has come forward and kind of admitted that Kubrick's movie is a good film. It's just not a good adaptation. So he's warmed up to it being, he understands it as an important piece of cinema and that it's great for what it is. It's just not a good adaptation of his book. So, you know what, I think that's all I really wanted from him, is just, you know, because I think that is fair. It's not a good adaptation.
Yeah. I mean, it's an accurate thing to say.
Yeah.
Hopefully he can enjoy the movie for what it is, but if you're going to go into it expecting, you know, the book translated to screen, that's not what you're going to get.
Mm-hmm. And I think, like, again, Kubrick was kind of notorious that with, like, so Kubrick would usually adapt pieces of literature that he Kubrick wrote most of his screenplays, but they always came from other source material for him to kind of play around with and change. And I think he did that with most of his works. So that was just kind of like what he did. He would just get kind of someone else's material and kind of play with it and turn it into something more of his own. And so, The Shining wasn't going to be any different than that. But I do know that after The Shining, I think Stephen King had it contracted that Stephen King had to personally approve of any future directors who would be adapting his works because of what happened with The Shining. And also from what I hear is I think what a lot of people forget is that these Kubrick movies that he's made, they're always like these they seem like these bona fide classics, but a lot of his movies weren't necessarily bona fide hits when they came out. Yeah. And there was a lot of I think The Shining did well, but I think there was a lot of people who were actually disappointed by The Shining when it came out. Like, they were expecting something much better from Stanley Kubrick. And then weirdly over time they warmed up to realizing what it was.
That's just it. Often that's the way that it is, right? It's like you don't know what to expect, but you're expecting something, and then you kind of get this thing, and you're sort of like I remember when The Dark Knight first came out. It wasn't quite what I was expecting, and I was sort of like, I don't know quite how I felt about that. I mean, there was a lot of things that I liked about it, but it's like it didn't quite match what I kind of had in mind. But you have to then, in the process of getting used to what the thing has become, you start to see it for what it is and digest it and absorb it. And
and that's and I think that's what happened with a lot of people was that thing you were saying before about that expectation thing. It's like you expect this thing, and when it doesn't deliver that expectation, you feel cheated, but then you realize, well, why would the thing turn out exactly the way I'd want it to be? Of course, that's probably not going to be the case. I mean, occasionally that can happen, but it's very rare. And to be honest, one of those guys was Steven Spielberg, who, you know, was a big Stanley Kubrick fan, and they were even loosely kind of friends at that time. And
he's like, Stanley, what did you do?
No, well, it was the opposite.
You messed up your movie.
Like Stanley Kubrick, he was famous for having really long phone conversations because, again, he was for the most part living in England. But he would have these long conversations with Spielberg, and he was just like, "Oh, like, what'd you think about my movie?" And, you know, like, Spielberg would kind of like tiptoed around a lot of things, I guess. He would say complimentary things, but he was saying it in kind of a way where...
That's what I always do with your films.
Oh, that explains it. Yeah. Well, I've always thought of you as
nice,
you're kind of a Spielberg to my Kubrick, right? So, but yeah, no. So basically, he was like,
well, I made a lot more money and I'm still alive.
So he was saying all of these sort of nice things, but Kubrick was kind of like, well, clearly you didn't like my movie, so like tell me the things you didn't like, and I can't remember what Spielberg said, but I guess he was, you know, just that. I think mainly more than anything else, he just had these different expectations. That's just, you know, when you just hear like, oh, Kubrick's going to make a horror movie, I don't even know maybe what your expectations would be, but you'd maybe think like, oh, this is going to be a movie where I'm going to be traumatized and I'm not going to maybe sleep for a week, you know, like who knows, like even me,
well, I mean, in some ways, like Clockwork Orange has got some horrific.
It's probably more disturbing than Shining, in many ways, but the funny thing was that, like, you know, over time. Steven Spielberg warmed up to The Shining, and he talked about how, like, the thing about Stanley Kubrick is like you don't watch a Kubrick movie once, you watch it many, many times, and you get something different out of it every time. And he grew to realize that The Shining became was actually one of his favorite movies. He just didn't, one of his favorite Kubrick movies, at least. He just didn't, I guess, appreciate it on that first viewing, which I guess maybe is something that happens sometimes when you're just seeing something kind of just really different.
Yeah,
but,
definitely.
Yeah.
Well,
do we want to talk about, I don't know, Shelley Duvall's experience in the making of it? I know so many people these days like talking about that stuff, but I think I've always thought that was a little bit of a thing blown out of proportion. I mean, I'm not lying. I'm sure that was a really difficult experience for her to do all those takes. Yeah. I just don't think it scarred her in the way that people kind of make it out to be. Like if you watch interviews with her, even in like The Shining, the making of documentary, they have like an interview with her, like clearly way after the movie's done, but still maybe like just a year or so after the movie was made. And she seems fine. She even is like saying,
"You're fine. You're fine."
She's saying
Shelley.
Positive things about Kubrick. Like she's not she's not shaking. She kind of was able to look back and see the whole thing really for what it was, which she kind of describes it as like, oh, like really what was happening was me and Kubrick was playing a game with me. It was, and maybe it was a manipulative game, but it wasn't like a game that involved malice. Yeah. It was just what needed to have been done to get the performance out of her. And I mean, it's arguably her most famous movie that, she'll probably always be remembered for. I mean, that and Olive Oil. But yeah, no, I don't think that was like a movie that, scarred her for life and ruined her. She had quite the career, for the next like decade or so after that. So, but I
mean, what did she end up like going to therapy for years, trying to deal with that?
I don't know. I don't think so. I mean, the thing was like she was also in kind of a bit of a rough place in the production of it. Like I think she was in a serious relationship that had fallen apart right before they had started shooting. Yeah. And also I think there was a bit of I think she was used to being on other sets where she was kind of pampered a lot. Mm-hmm. And I think in this movie, they had Kubrick just purposely didn't pamper her for the very reason where he's just sort of like, well, no, like I want her to feel alienated. I don't want her to feel comfortable because
it's funny watching behind the scenes of that because it seems like there's nobody fucking there. It seems like a little indie film crew, like you or me shooting a movie. Well, it's like, okay, let's get our actors and I got the camera and all right, let's go shoot this scene. Like, I don't know. It seems like such a small
Kubrick
scale
was
thing.
Notorious for working with very small crews.
Yeah.
Like, and I agree. Cause I mean, like making movies, I realize I'm like, the bigger the crew, the slower production becomes. Yeah. And also Kubrick knew a lot of Kubrick could probably do every job of every crew member on that. So, he probably didn't need the help of a lot of other directors. You just have people to kind of speed things up. But he was really probably
he shot a lot of it himself. I think like he spent a lot a lot of time behind the camera.
Yeah. Well, he started as a photographer, right? Like that's his background. So, I think he was just playing around with things and, it's also just cause it's like this big open set. Maybe that also kind of made it seem a little bit more, just sort of empty too, just these big open spaces. But, it just seemed like it was like the bare bones of a crew, like to get through all like the basic things, but it wasn't like, that's kind of what I like a lot with like older movies where it's like, you kind of just had who you needed and no more than that. While now it's like, you go on a movie set and there's like 80 crew members in a studio. It's like, what the hell is that all about?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like, especially nowadays too, right? Because I don't know, it seems like this technology has kind of simplified itself enough that like, why do you need all these people? But at the same time, it's like once you've developed a formula and a process in like a certain procedure for doing things and producing a product, you just keep doing it that way until somebody comes along and creates an innovative procedure. But it's like if you're a studio or production company and they've been making films a certain way for, decades, it's like, it's going to be hard to change that process because it's like, all right, we're making a movie. Well, what do? We hire these people, we hire these other people, and this is the equipment that we get and blah, blah, blah. I almost feel like it's just a lot of these productions are not rethinking the process of the production when they could really benefit from doing so.
Yeah.
In terms of like saving money and being more efficient and that sort of thing. But whereas I think Stanley Kubrick did exactly that. I think he kind of rethought it and was like, what do I need? And let's just scrap everything that is unnecessary.
Well, I think also once he moved to England, he started kind of creating a bit of a Stanley Kubrick like repertoire of crew members where he probably slowly started using the movie to movie. Yeah,
so his own community.
So it became like kind of like a family unit, right? Like unlike a lot of other productions where, they don't know each other. It just, and his daughter, was on the sets, and helping out with everything. And it just all was, it just all felt like very personal. Do we want to talk at all about, God, there's all the conspiracy theories about the movie, all of like the people's theories about, what the movie's really about, all these little metaphors for other things. I don't know how well aware you are of these things. Like, did you ever see the documentary Room 237?
No. I think you were telling me about it.
It's just a documentary devoted to a number of completely different people and their very different takes on what The Shining is actually about. And
it's like, why don't you just tell us, Stanley?
Yeah.
I don't know. I tend to think that a lot of these things are not as cryptic as people.
I agree. The more you know about actually Stanley Kubrick and how he worked, it kind of takes away a lot of the mysticism, I do think he was a brilliant man who was like super intelligent. I just don't, they really make it seem like the movies he was making was like, this sort of like 4-dimensional chess play.
Right.
I don't think it quite was that.
I've seen some of these videos where they're like way over analyzing The Shine and they're like, look at the, like they're basically pointing out spatial continuity errors within the layout of the Overlook Hotel.
I've seen that.
And they're like, this is like Stanley's way of plotting this thing as a kind of labyrinth, which is changing. And, in this shot, you'll notice that the guy opens the cooler door from, in this direction. But in the other shot, when it cuts to the inside, he opens it from the other way. And it's like, they're kind of, I think they're really just overlooking or over-analyzing.
Well, it's become the
like
movie.
A basic, just a basic continuity error that happens all the time in films. And it's like, they give credit to Stanley Kubrick for that and not other continuity errors.
Yeah.
For that. It's like, hey, who knows? Why don't we interpret the Starbucks cup in Game of Thrones season 8 as some kind of way of I don't know, some sort of statement on advertising and consumerism in
well, they don't do this with other filmmakers. It's some reason. It's like the idea,
that's what I mean.
And that's why I think it's like, and it's especially like The Shining. It's almost become this thing where it's just become like a fun intellectual exercise for even people who might not even have a strong opinion to be like, I'm going to give my take on it. Like, it's arguably maybe the most analyzed movie ever. I mean, I think there's other movies that have been analyzed on a technical level. Like, I mean, people probably have analyzed, Citizen Kane for its technical achievements and even like in like Psycho and other kind of movies like are very analyzed for what is there. But I don't know, Shining might be the ultimate movie that is analyzed for what is not there. Just going into like weird theoretical ideas about the meaning of the movie. I don't know if there's a movie that is more kind of
maybe because
scrutinized than that.
Maybe because it is such a psychological film too, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, that was the other thing I was going to also bring up was
it's like easy fodder for that kind of interpretation.
Yeah. Well, what are your thoughts on the ending? Because again, that's another thing I guess that brings up always also a lot of theories with the movie is people's thoughts on the kind of ambiguous ending where you kind of just zoom in on the New Year's Eve photo on the wall that shows Jack Nicholson in the photo. And again, what I love about it is it's subtle. It to me, it kind of answers a lot of questions, but not in an obvious verbal way, just like in a kind of emotional kind of way. You're kind of like, you're like, yeah, like, I guess on the most specific way. I mean, you could just argue like, okay, was that photo always there? Like, was that a photo where he was there in a previous life and that was captured and it was just there? Or did the Overlook swallow Jack up and he got absorbed into the photo and now he's part of the Overlook, right? And it's like, I don't think you need to even answer it. Like, I don't think either of those answers would be satisfying, you know? That's what I like about the ambiguous ending, is it's kind of there and it can be kind of either, and you just think about it without answering it.
But at the same time, I'm like, it's like if you're, okay, look, I come from filmmaking from a place of like, if you make a film or you make a piece of art, you're trying to communicate something. And the problem with these ambiguous endings is it's like a failure to communicate. It's like, what are you trying to say with this? If people have to sit there like scratching their heads pondering, I mean, maybe you do have something specific that you were trying to say that has just been lost on, dumb people like me. But I don't fucking get it. but I'll sit there.
Are we talking about like the end of The Shining, or
sure, or lots of other ambiguous endings that just don't make any fucking sense.
Well, what do you like? I mean, if I don't know, if someone put a gun to your head and was like, "Tell me your thoughts on that ending." Okay,
well then I'm going to sit here and I'm going to process it, and I'm going to be like, okay, well, he went with his family to the hotel. It was empty. And, all this crazy shit happened. And then he tried to kill his family. And he ended up dying there, frozen in the ice. And then there's a photo of him on the wall from many years ago. And he had all these experiences. It's like, okay, well, that leaves me to think the photo is real.
Okay.
He is in the photo.
Mm-hmm.
Him being in that ballroom talking to all those ghostly people from the past, like that seems to me to be clear that this is him coming back to this place that he's been before. I
mean, there's quite a lot of references to, like, he literally says at one point, he's like, oh, it feels like this place was calling me, like I've been here before. And then there's even the stuff when he runs into the Delbert Grady, the waiter, right? Yep. And then they're in the bathroom together. Yeah, well, the waiter recognizes him, and he's like, you're the caretaker. You've always been the caretaker. So again, it's not solving the problem, but it is. There's these little hints that are brought in, right?
And doesn't that guy refer to him by a different name, which is not his name?
Yeah.
Like so he doesn't refer to him as Jack Torrance, right? Does he refers to him as?
I think maybe Mr. Torrance.
No, I thought he refers to him.
Do you know what he referred to him as?
No, maybe I'm just wrong.
I just feel like if he referred to him as a really different name, that would have really stood out. Like it would just be like that would be like a major clue or something. Okay, well, but I think what you might be getting, you might be confusing it the other way around, because from what I know is the Grady character, the name that he gives isn't the same Grady name that they give at the beginning of the movie when they talk about the Grady who killed his kids.
Oh, okay.
So his first name isn't the same. I think he refers to himself as Delbert Grady, but at the beginning of the movie when they're talking about Grady, they use a different first name. I don't know what that's all about, but I mean, most people would say something like that would be probably too significant of a mistake for Kubrick to make, and that there probably was a meaning for it. But yeah, no.
I like to think that, for one thing, that I shouldn't have to go and read the book to get extra clues to put this little puzzle together.
Apparently, so I guess that's the thing. But that's the disagreement with Kubrick, is that was something that Kubrick was known to do, I think, with almost most of his movies, was to kind of be like, I'm making the movie in such a way that
if you should read the book.
It's like if you read the book, you'll understand. So here's a perfect example, right? Here's a small little example of why Stephen King kind of felt like literally while he was watching the movie that Kubrick was giving him the finger.
Okay.
And they're really subtle things, but it's almost like things that only somebody would notice if they were really into the book or they were the author. so like Kubrick changed the color of the car that Jack Torrance drives. And the car I think was supposed to be a yellow car.
Okay.
And then they switched it to a red car. Although no, maybe that's the other way around.
Yeah, I thought it was a yellow car.
I think it is a yellow car,
movie.
but in the book it's a red car. My bad.
Okay.
And then there's a scene later on where the cook character, after he got the Shining from Danny, he was like, "Oh God, I got to go to the Overlook. I gotta save these people." But there's a big snowstorm, so he almost can't even get to the Overlook. He has to like drive like a snowplow to get out there. But while he's driving through the snowstorm, there's a car accident on the road. And it's like, it's such a brief shot, but as he briefly looks to the road, there's a yellow, it's basically the red car described as in the book as Jack Torrance's car is completely totaled and smashed.
Okay, gotcha.
And so I guess when Stephen King saw this, he viewed this as Kubrick being like, fuck you. That like that I'm destroying that car. Like that car that represents the Stephen King story.
Yeah.
I'm destroying that. I'm obliterating it. I'm saying this is my story. I see. So it's little things like that, I guess, that kind of really irked Stephen King. Like it made it really kind of personal that he was almost like, somebody's like not just fucking with my movie or my book, but they're doing it to particularly fuck with me almost. And I mean, well, for another example is like, so a really big detail in the movie that was created by Kubrick is the hedge maze. There is no hedge maze in the book. Instead, it's like Edward Scissorhand, like animal bushes.
Oh, okay.
That eventually come to life.
Yeah.
And I think Kubrick was like, yeah, I don't know how to pull in 1980. I don't know how to pull off like making these hedge mazes come alive. So he went with the animals. Yeah. So he went with the maze, which I'm glad he did. Like it almost feels like that should be in the book, the maze. Yeah. But it was, he went for something a little bit simpler, but also something that would be more effective. If he did weird, I don't know how it'd have to be like stop weird motion or weird, like, I don't know, people in costumes as head mage animals, and they'd have to do like perspective shooting with it. But yeah, I don't know. A lot of that stuff is in the TV movie. If you want to see I don't know, weird animal hedge designs coming to life, you can see that in the TV movie.
Okay, gotcha.
And it doesn't, even in the 90s with CGI, it doesn't work. He also breaks through the door, not with an axe, but with a croquet mallet, which I have no problem with.
Oh, yeah, I do remember
that'd actually be
that,
unique. Yeah, I think that's kind of a unique little thing instead of an axe.
It's just the axe is so much more threatening. I don't know, it's so much more sinister.
Yeah. Well, it's just, we all, how many people play croquet, right? So.
Yeah, well, and it's almost kind of like, okay, yeah, you can beat somebody with it, but you can't kill them. I mean, you can kill them, but it's just,
it doesn't cut.
Less threatening that way.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah. I don't know. Yeah. Should we move on? Should we? I guess we talked about this one for a while just because I'm like, it's The Shining.
Yeah.
There's so much to talk about it. But
on that note, I think we'll leave because it's an ambiguous ending in the movie The Shining. Then we'll leave it ambiguously in terms of, I don't fucking know what's going on in that movie.
So Kevin does not like his ambiguous moments.
No. I like movies that like say something you can understand.
It's okay, not everybody has to watch a movie and have to think.
Yeah. I don't like thinking. Sure.
No.
You know what? You can attack my ego all you want. But on that note, okay.
I'm almost hesitant to introduce you to some David Lynch movies, but I think you might get some enjoyment out of them.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, like, look, I enjoy The Shining. It's not that I can't enjoy these things. It's not that I can't appreciate, at the very least, aspects of them. It's just...
is it mainly just the ending that's the problem?
Well, it's almost not even that... It's almost not that I hate that ending. It's just the types of... Like, The Shining, for me, will never be... It will never be as beloved as a movie like, let's say, The Shawshank Redemption, to mention another
Stephen
King movie. Yeah, because like that movie is just, it's like a perfect package where you get it. It makes sense what this is about,
Mm-hmm.
And it's artistic. It's well communicated, super good expression in terms of the writing and the directing and the storytelling. Yeah, I don't know. I think that's a pretty good example of a movie that I think is very meaningful without having to sit there and scratch your head about it too much. You don't have to sit there and be puzzled about what they're trying to communicate.
It's all there. I guess the only thing is that, like, you know, there's not that much to really think about. Like, there's not much to I mean, you know, there's a reason why no one's there's not all these hour-long theorizings on, you know, what's the Shawshank about.
That to me is
right?
good. It's just a great work of art. It's
Sure.
just a great work of art that anybody can see. This is like a brilliant movie. You know? But, I mean, yeah, I mean, I guess if a person wants to sit and, like, really ponder and puzzle about something, like, there is a sense of enjoyment that comes from that, I guess. Yeah,
I mean,
sure.
I don't know. To me, like, The Shining doesn't really seem all that complicated in that I'm like, to me, it's like there's only kind of like two ways to look at the ending. It's like it's either this or that. And I guess,
well, why don't you give kind of more your
I mean, I like to think of it in because again, it could be one or the other, but I'm leaning more towards I like the idea that Jack Nicholson was his destiny. Whether this was like he was reincarnated and just maybe just one by one, like even maybe like Delbert Grady, who we saw as the waiter when he came back and killed his family. It's like maybe like the hotel is like slowly reclaiming all of the people who were a big part of the hotel, like, you know, maybe back in like the 20s or something like that. And so I kind of like, and the Japanese horror movies are really good for this, like where there's sort of a curse and has this like sense of dread where you're just like, you're fucked. There's no way getting out of it because this is all what's supposed to happen to you, basically. And so, so I kind of look at it as in this was kind of just that the house, just the hotel drawing Jack back to kind of take him, and it's almost not even in like a tragic way because it seems like, I mean, if you look at that photo, he's happy in that photo. Like maybe that was a better life. Because I mean, you look at the Jack in the movie, and he's actually miserable for the most part. Like, he kind of seemed like. He's kind of, you know, he's kind of bored with his wife. He was, you know, he was kind of a bit abusive with his kid. There's just all these kind of problems.
He's very like creatively uninspired.
Yeah. But you see the scenes like when he's talking to the bartender or even like he's in the gold room and everyone's kind of partying. Like he seems comfortable and he seems relaxed. And,
well, and see, this is maybe where I just haven't like absorbed and, maybe not absorbed is the right word, but, I haven't processed all of these details together in a in a thorough enough way. Well,
and the thing is, like everything, I'm like there's no I have nothing to really have anything to prove the things, like I say, right? Like that's kind of how the movie's designed, is you can kind of go this way or that way with it.
But you give an interpretation based on kind of all the different information that you're collecting, right?
Yeah.
And it's sort of like if a person has only processed 60% of the information that's there and made their interpretation based on that, they're going to arrive at a very different outcome than someone who's absorbed 90% of the data that's there and arrived at an outcome.
And I never did finish the book, which makes me wonder, you know, maybe if I completed the book, I would maybe have a much more broader understanding of the whole thing as a whole. Like, for instance, you know, you were talking about the creepy bear costume guy.
Yep.
That is like not just a thing Kubrick pulled out of his ass. Like they go into more details about the bear man in the book. Weirdly enough, it's not really even Shelley Duvall's character who sees it. It's Danny. It kind of torments Danny and like actually kind of like acts like a bear and kind of like growls at him and kind of prevents him from like kind of entering a certain hallway and stuff. And I'm like, oh, that's kind of like interesting. Just that in itself is like, oh, this thing like that was in the movie for just like a brief moment. Like there's actually some kind of canon like history, like there's kind of more to it than this, and I think Kubrick kind of had that in mind. He kind of knew like, oh, probably most people who watch this movie probably won't read The Shining, but there definitely are going to be some people who are going to watch my movie who are going to then want to read the book. And I think that was always like something he had in mind with all of the books that he interpreted, that there's going to be certain people.
In some ways, that's a great compliment to the author, in that it's like, I want this movie to draw people more to your book.
Yeah. I know that was also a thing he did a lot with 2001, which was another like really ambiguous movie of his, and it was almost kind of like, it was almost like, I don't know how to describe it, because not a lot of directors do this thing, where it's almost like he was making like the book of 2001 was written at the same time as they were making the movie, and it was almost like these things are almost viewed as like package deals. It's like the movie is one part and the book is the other, and if you absorb both, somewhere in the middle is where you'll understand what this actual thing is. And I can respect that.
Yeah, no, I think that's actually in many ways quite an intelligent way of approaching it.
Yeah.
Because you think about it, and if a movie adaptation is like a perfect adaptation of a book, then, well, maybe there's no reason to go and read the book.
Yeah. Yeah, fair enough.
But anyway, okay, let's move on because we've got a lot to talk about here. I'm really curious, though, if your number 2
it
is
has
the
to
one that
be.
I'm thinking about.
It has to be.
Okay. What? I'm trying to think of how to dramatically reveal this amazing
on the
film.
count of 3. Should we just say it?
Okay.
All right.
3,
2,
2,
1.
1.
Ghostbusters.
Okay, but no.
Wait. What was it you were saying?
I was like, as we were counting down, I was trying to think of something funny.
Oh, okay. Oh, damn
And
it.
then I
So
just
we both
spit out some-
screwed it up. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, well, let me just say, this movie is very important to me. It's a movie that I absolutely fell in love with the first time I watched it, and it actually inspired a short film that I made. You know, Oliver was plugging his movie earlier. If you want to go find my movie that was inspired by this great classic, you can go look it up on YouTube, Behind Closed Doors. And yes, I know that's the most overused title. Fuck me and my shitty ass title.
Well, and
but
yet,
Behind Closed Doors.
Is there any other movie
Black
called
Road
Behind
Pictures.
Closed Doors? Like, is there?
There's like
Oh, is
50
there really?
fucking movies.
Oh, really? Oh, okay.
Yeah, so that's the reason why I kick myself about it. I'm like, wow, this is the most unoriginal thing ever. But whatever. So it's a haunted house movie. So it's my own haunted house movie. I'm glad that we're doing this category because, yeah, I did this one we shot it in 2011, or no, maybe late 2012, I think we shot it. And then it took me years to finally finish it. But eventually we got it there, and it's called Behind Closed Doors. If you go to YouTube, look up Black Road Pictures Behind Closed Doors, and you should find it. If you're curious. But the movie that inspired it was Poltergeist.
I had no idea. I did not know that. And the funny thing is, like, I don't know if you and me have ever even really talked about Poltergeist.
Well, see, no, we definitely have, because I remember it was you who kind of told me like Poltergeist was maybe directed more by Steven Spielberg than it was by Tobe Hooper.
There's been a lot of people who have this opinion, and I am one of them.
It feels so much like a Spielberg movie, right? And that's why I would believe it.
So the thing is, Poltergeist, produced by Steven Spielberg, written by Steven Spielberg, directed by Tobe Hooper.
Yeah.
And again, like, I mean, I think I've talked a little bit about Tobe Hooper in our slasher episode about how I think he's a little bit of a hack. I'm not saying he's not talented, but when you look at his overall filmography, there's such an inconsistency there. And when you look at Poltergeist, my God, does that stand out in his like movie? Like, there's nothing else in his movies that feels anything like Poltergeist. Poltergeist feels
and
like
it feels so much like a Spielberg
it does,
movie.
yeah.
So what does that tell you?
And the logistics behind the theory is basically that in the Directors Guild, you're not allowed to direct more than one movie a year, which, I mean, I don't even know if that's true, because there are times where a director releases 2 movies in a year, and I don't know if that maybe just that maybe one of those 2 movies he made 2 years ago, and then the other one he made the year before. Like, maybe a movie's allowed to be released in the same year, but you're not really allowed. I guess a director's not allowed to make more than one movie a year. And so the idea was that he basically hired Toby just to be the director on paper. Yeah. While he was there the whole time and was very much in control, and kind of like the idea was kind of almost like, from what I've heard from some like the cast and crew, because some people say, oh no, Tobe Hooper directed the movie, and then other people were like, well, yeah,
but maybe they're trying to be nice.
Yeah, it's I think what it was I think to make it easier for Spielberg, I think Spielberg allowed Tobe Hooper to direct the movie up until any moments where he disagreed with what Tobe Hooper was doing, and then he would step in. That's kind of seems to be my understanding of it, where there were certain things that Tobe Hooper wanted that Kubrick didn't, or not Kubrick, Spielberg didn't. And that it was at that point that Kubrick would step in and tell like the effects guy, like, no. I don't want the animatronic steak to look like that. I want it to look like this. And so, that's so basically like, everything that Tobe Hooper did that Spielberg agreed with, he would let happen. But anything that Spielberg didn't like, he would make sure that it would be his way.
Right. Okay. Interesting.
So it's yeah, I guess it is a little bit hard to say who. I guess we'll maybe never really know who directed that movie. But you watch that movie and you tell me if it feels like a Spielberg movie or a Tobe Hooper movie.
Yeah. Right. I mean, that's just it. I don't feel like it's got Spielberg's fingerprints on it.
Yeah. Even the music, which isn't John Williams, it's Jerry Goldsmith like doing very John Williams-ish music.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think even like the neighborhood, like that was the thing, was like, so Spielberg shot E.T. that same year, and I'm pretty sure like they picked the same like California suburb. Like it looks very similar, like the Poltergeist and E.T. And also even like there was just a lot of connections between E.T. and Poltergeist. I know he was even really debating on, he was looking at both Drew Barrymore and Heather O'Rourke for both of those movies. And then kind of eventually was like, okay, no, I want Drew Barrymore for E.T. and Heather O'Rourke for Poltergeist. But it almost could have gone the other way around. I think the thing was there was something kind of a bit more ethereal about Heather O'Rourke, which is why he was like, oh, I think she'll maybe be better for the ghost one. Yeah, it's have you I mean, there's probably a lot of things we could say about it, but I also wanted to just briefly say, like, have you seen any of the Poltergeist sequels?
No, I was kind of curious if you had as well.
Yes.
But I haven't.
Yeah.
And how many are there actually?
There's 2 sequels, and then I think there was like a Poltergeist like TV series briefly at some point.
And they did do a remake quite recently, in the last few years.
I heard it was horrible.
Well, yeah, I didn't have any interest.
It was one of those things where they just made like a really cheap ass movie and just cashed it on the title.
It? You just don't need to touch it, right?
Especially for that movie, yeah. Like
yeah. I feel like there's movies that could use a remake, and that's not one of them. Doesn't need it. So I don't know. So the first time I watched this, I remember my friends and I guess I was 17 or 18, but we rented Children of the Corn and Poltergeist. Went to my friend's house and, had a double feature. And I was just like, it's just such a fun movie to go on this ride. And it's like an adventure, but it's this scary, creepy adventure. The effects. So one of the ways in which this inspired me a lot was just seeing kind of how the effects were done and the fact that it is very supernatural. A lot of movies are maybe less supernatural, even if it is like a supernatural horror film. It doesn't. Do you mean like have as much of a kind of fantasy component in
like they usually don't show as much?
Yeah, because it is very much in your face. It's like there's magic happening here.
Yeah,
kind of thing,
and like they don't jump into that stuff really early on, but like by midway into the movie, there's full blown ghosts like floating down the stairs. And you're almost like, what? Okay, we're already seeing the ghosts, but it just keeps. It's also a movie that like it slowly eases you in. And then it just keeps building up more. That by like the last half hour, it's just like, insane.
Yeah, well, and the whole house like caves in, as I recall. And I mean, to me, it's a perfect haunted house movie. It's exactly what I'd hope for from a haunted house movie.
By the way, Poltergeist is my number 2. As your number 1. So I kind of knew that we were our 1 and 2s were kind of interchangeable there. I was like, if Kevin doesn't have Poltergeist as number 1, I don't know what the hell he has, because that means Poltergeist didn't even make the list. But I kind of had a feeling as we got closer down our list, there started being a lot more kind of like a common ground with our titles.
I just think everything about this movie just holds your attention and holds you in suspense. And
I like the first half just as much as the second half.
That's just it. Yeah, I know the whole thing is just like it's solid from beginning to end.
Yeah. And you know what? The other Poltergeist movies, like they're not terrible, but my God, it really just shows the difference when Spielberg's not behind the camera. Oh, whoops!
Yeah.
I mean Toby Hooper. Yeah, and they're not. I mean, they're. The second one is a lot closer to the first movie, just much less of everything.
Mm-hmm.
And then the third movie is like it's set like in a like a giant like high-rise apartment building.
See, well, that's just it.
Yeah.
Like, there's just something about that is not nearly as appealing to me, because I don't know how to say it. Like, there's an aspect of Poltergeist that it's kind of a warm, fuzzy movie for me in a way.
Yeah.
In the sense that it's a suburban neighborhood house in the 1980s. Yeah, which is just like, I'm there. Yeah, you know, I grew up in that house. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's just like a great, like, it's like they got a family that easily could have been cast as in an 80s sitcom family. Yep. It just happens to be a movie where they're gonna all get terrorized. But like, it has that quality where you're like, oh man, I'd like to like I wish I lived in this neighborhood, and I wish I was like visiting this family. Like, they just seem like the parents seem awesome, the kids seem great. That's just it. There's such a familiarity there. Like when I say I grew up in this house, it's not that I literally grew up there, but it's that I've been to like so many different family, friends, or friends' house over the years. It's like that house represents the types of houses that I would be visiting when I was a kid. And you know, it's like, okay, we're gonna go visit our family friends, you know, in this little suburban neighborhood. It's like, that's the type of house it was going to be. So there's this familiarity there that's so warm and fuzzy, as I say. Yeah. And then seeing the magic come out of it, it's like, it's terrifying, but it's also kind of just the fact that it exists. Yeah. That's enchanting, you know? Yeah. You're like, wow, we're having this incredible supernatural discovery, even though it's like horrific in a way. Well, you can kind of tell that, like, you can kind of tell that, and especially at that time, like, other than, again, The Shining. See, it's funny because knowing what I know now about Spielberg and his reaction and his relationship with Kubrick in the early 80s and his view of The Shining, it's almost like, you know, maybe once Spielberg appreciated The Shining, he was kind of like, well, maybe I need to make my haunted house movie now, because it was not that long after The Shining. Yeah. And I almost feel that with Kubrick, I mean, at least the way that you watch the movie, it almost kind of felt that Spielberg's intentions was, I'm going to make the ultimate haunted house movie. Yeah. Because, I mean, you look at all the stuff that they threw into it, like, it might not be the scariest haunted house movie, but it's just, that was the summer blockbuster, like, haunted house movie, unlike anything else at that time. And even after that, it was probably quite some time before any haunted house movies even came close to competing with it. Yeah. Well, and it holds up so well to this day. Yeah. You know, as I say, like, I watched it in 2006, 2007. I don't know what people would think of it nowadays. Like, how old were you kids when you watched it with Children of the Corn? Okay, yep. I don't know what a teenager would think of it now, but I would imagine they'd be just as thrilled by it today as I was back then. Teenagers today would enjoy it way more than the Poltergeist remake that was made. Yeah, there's no question about that. Guaranteed. You know what's shocking about Poltergeist is I'm almost positive that is a PG horror movie. Well, and that's just it, right? Is when you mention it, it's like, well, of course it's PG. Like, there's nothing so, it's not like full of graphic violence or there's gore definitely some, or anything. Well, there's some scary imagery or there's definitely some gore, and there's definitely some like scary creatures at times, like, but nothing like overly like it's I'm trying to think of like the gory thing I'm talking about is when the guy's in the bathroom and he's literally tearing his face apart. Which was actually that was the thing, was like, before I actually saw the full movie, I remembered as a kid I would catch it on TV and I would just see like little sequences, and one of them was that scene. So that was the weird thing. It was like I was watching the movie like completely out of context. I just knew it was a ghost movie, and like it wasn't. I didn't jump in right at that scene. I first jumped in when he's like grabbing food out of the fridge, and that's when he finds like the steak moving against off the table, and then he drops the chicken wing and it's got maggots on it, and then because of that he goes to the bathroom to puke, and then he just looks at himself in the mirror
and then he just slowly just kind of starts tearing his face apart, only for it to kind of turn out to be like it was kind of in his head.
Yeah,
I don't know. Maybe that's a rule. Like maybe that's why you were able to get away with that gory sequence, because it didn't actually happen.
Yeah.
But it was still like I don't think you would get away. I don't think if Poltergeist came out today, it would be PG. For one thing, there was no PG-13 at that time.
Oh, okay.
If there was, I guarantee you Poltergeist would have gotten a PG-13.
Yeah, probably should have.
But no, there's no nudity. I don't think there's any real like swearing.
Yeah, not that I can think of. Probably like if it was, it would be like some.
Maybe
minor.
the reason why the violence thing got away gave it a pass was because the guy's literally tearing off his own face. Like he's not. There's no violent act really that you see of a person towards another person.
Yeah,
you know, and maybe
that
that's
probably
their
makes a
rule.
difference.
Actually, by the way, it's actually Steven Spielberg's hands that were used to tear the guy's face
really?
apart. Yeah.
One piece of trivia.
Yeah. But are you... I mean, I feel like... Well, there's a lot of things about the movie we can talk about, but I feel like I need to at least bring up the weird kind of like controversial stuff about... Like, are you familiar with like the poltergeist curse? It's like a theory that people have about it. Like there's a few horror franchises that people kind of view as cursed, and Poltergeist is one of the ones that falls into it because there was a lot of kind of you could at least say there was definitely some bad luck that happened to some of the people with the movie, and people sort of feel like, oh, maybe there's a curse involved here.
Tell me about it.
So yeah, I mean, I don't know if you've heard of any of this stuff, but so probably
I feel like you've told me a little bit about it before, but refresh my memory.
There's definitely there's a lot of YouTube videos that people have covered on this thing much more elaborately than I'm probably going to say. But probably the first thing that happened would have been well, before I even kind of go into the deaths, it's probably important to note that in the first movie, when the mom ends up falling into the pool, and there's all these like corpses that kind of rise up, those were real skeletons. So sometimes people even think just that alone maybe was part of the bad mojo. It's like you're using these like real skulls in this movie, and
where the heck did they get them from?
I don't know if
They're
it's
like,
true.
we just went and dug up a few graves.
So here's the disturbing
Or maybe
thing.
that's bullshit.
Like, well, no, because here's the thing that's totally this is like a horror movie premise that needs to be made, is that it's actually much cheaper in general to obtain a real skeleton than a synthetic skeleton.
Really?
Well, if
That
you think
sounds
about it,
like
like one thing is just there.
not true.
Well, just one thing is just someone died and now there's just a perfect skeleton, or somebody has to. Or somebody has to, like, you know, create bone by bone, like, you know, a fake skeleton, I guess. So
well, you know, you 3D print it.
Sure. Yeah. No, today. Yeah. But back then, like this was a thing like talked about a lot. The other thing that was like creep, they were always like, how come all these like skeletons, how come they've always got perfect teeth? With the idea being that people were actually maybe being murdered. And I heard like a lot of, I don't know if it's true anymore, but I remember kind of hearing that back in the day, a lot of the skeletons you would get would come from India for some reason.
Okay.
So I don't know. But yeah, they were real. And I remember also the actress, she was really, not only was she concerned that they were real skeletons, but she was also really concerned about like being electrocuted, because they had all these lights hanging above the pool, like the water.
Okay.
And if they fell, they would have electrocuted her. So she was really paranoid about that. And so it came down to Steven Spielberg went into the pool with her to comfort her, because she felt comfortable knowing that they're probably not going to electrocute the director.
If I go down, then you're going down too.
Yeah, exactly. And that was the thing. He's like, look, like if you're going to get electrocuted, I'm going to get electrocuted. And it was enough for her to be comfortable with it. Yeah. But yeah, so some of the other things that happened was, do you remember, I don't know, like last time you saw Poltergeist or how well you remember it, but do you remember the older sister?
Yeah.
She's not in the movie nearly as much, because once things get crazy, she kind of like hightails it and doesn't really come back.
Okay.
So she was murdered by her boyfriend, like I think just before or just after the premiere of Poltergeist.
wow,
So that was like her like last movie. And so that happened.
Sucks.
And then
How did he murder her? Do you know?
probably just like strangled her.
An axe?
I think he just strangled her or something. Yeah.
A gun.
Just your bare hands, you know, classic style. But
yeah.
but that, yeah. So I mean, like, you know, who knows? Like, she could have had quite the career. Her brother is actually one of the main characters in American Werewolf in London. So, so yeah,
he
I don't
was
know.
an actor too.
Yeah. And their dad was quite a successful, kind of famous guy in his own right, although he wasn't an actor. But then also the little girl, Heather O'Rourke herself, kind of tragically died at a very young age. She's in all 3 movies.
Wow.
But she kind of came down with this this very like rare kind of disease. There's even weird controversies that there was maybe foul play with her own death. Actually, by the time you watch the 3rd movie, she's almost not really recognizable because I guess she's having to take this medication for her illness that kind of made her cheeks puff out. And so she has the same hairstyle, and you can, it's obviously her, but you're just sort of like something's kind of like wrong.
Yeah.
And so there was that, and then there was also a character, like this old man character who shows up in the 2nd movie, and his character kind of is even in the 3rd movie, but it's a different actor because he died like just after the 2nd movie was made.
Wow.
Now in his case, he was an old actor. I think he was already dying of he had cancer. I think he kind of knew that this was going to be his last movie. Mm-hmm. So you can kind of argue that some like this is sometimes these are just coincidences. But there was also a native kind of shaman character in the 2nd movie who was kind of like a mystical indigenous character, and he then also died like pretty much right after that movie.
Everyone who works on these movies dies.
Yeah.
Except for Spielberg.
The only other movies I could think of that are like notoriously known for like their curses is the Omen franchise and the Exorcist movies.
Okay, yeah.
But the Omen one kind of has like the freakiest ones in a way. But
there's also like the Don Quixote, hey?
Yeah. Those are kind of like, yeah, those are kind of cursed in like but do people die from those? Or just more,
it's more like the movie doesn't get made. Get made
There's this famous movie that's never been made. It's a comedy about an Eskimo. It's like an Eskimo who ends up like traveling to like New York or something. Mm-hmm. And every actor who was attached to that script died.
Wow.
And to this day, that movie hasn't been made.
So
like,
fucking weird.
It's weird once you get to like actor number like 5 or 6, and then you're like, now granted, I think the movie was meant for a fat comedic actor to play. Mm-hmm. So like, it kind of makes sense that, I mean, a lot of these actors are kind of
with health problems.
Yeah. But I mean, this movie was offered to John Belushi, John Candy, Sam Kinison, Chris Farley.
Wow.
Like they all died.
It's a bad track.
Yeah. Apparently it's a great script. That's why they kept trying to like make it. But I think at this point it's just got bad mojo. Like people are like, I'm not going to be attached to it. But yeah, no, I guess back to Poltergeist. I don't know. Yeah. Well, yeah. Do you have some more things to say about it?
Trying to think. Does have some great music.
Yeah.
Great vibes all around.
Jerry Goldsmith is a great composer.
Yeah, he is. He's got so many good scores. One thing that I would like to just say about it is like that old lady who's kind of the ghost. Yeah. The ghost, what did you call her? Like the ghost expert or whatever. And she's working her.
She's a clairvoyant,
yes,
psychic.
That's the right kind of word.
You know,
man, she makes such an impression. But everything that she's doing, the way she talks about what's going on in the house and the way she kind of handles this situation, I find her just so yeah.
Well, you believe it. There's a level of creepiness to her.
I know. I'm just sort of drawn into like everything that she's doing and saying, and she does such a great job in terms of capturing. She's captivating. That's the word that I'm looking for.
This house is clean.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
I remember there was this. I think it was like in like maybe like the late '90s, early 2000s. There was like this bullshit like ghost show. Kind of like a reality, like, oh, we're gonna go in some haunted houses and capture some ghosts, but it was like narrated by that woman. Like you could just tell, and I was just sort of like, like that voice. I know who that is.
Yeah.
And even just hearing her voice, you're like, oh, it's just and obviously she's like up, like I've seen her in other movies. Like she's in 16 Candles. She's not creepy in that movie, so like she knew what she was doing. So, like she was able to be.
What is up with her though? Because she's like an old lady, but she seems like a child in
Well,
an old lady's body.
What I think it is
vice versa. It's super weird.
I think she might be borderline suffering from dwarfism.
Okay.
I think she's quite small.
Yeah. Yeah.
If she's not, because I think they kind of changed the height requirements, but as far as I know,
wondering if she did if they did a bunch of makeup on her or something. Or,
not really. I mean, not to make her look like freakier than she is.
Yeah.
No, it's just, and that's again the thing with why I think maybe there's a degree of dwarfism, or sometimes you can just also have, it doesn't always have to be dwarfism. There's other ailments you can have that kind of prevent a lot of natural growth. But because that's the thing is like she kind of has a little bit of the voice of kind of what a midget or a little person would kind of have, you know, which is why I wouldn't be surprised if she's like, you know, just borderline, you know, in that level of dwarfism. Because I mean, I think it's like if you're under like 4'11" or 4'10", you count it. You're covered under disability for kind of dwarfism if that's the case. And that's kind of the thing is like she kind of because a lot of people who have that they get older but their voices don't change. Like they still have the voice of when they were really young, you know?
Okay.
And so I always thought that, you know, maybe that was something that maybe she had. But yeah, she's so iconic, and I think she's in the second movie too. Although I think her character is downplayed, she kind of gets replaced a bit more by the shaman character. But yeah, no, she's so like she's such a big part of that. Again, it's just like great casting, you know. Like I think they really knew what they were doing because I can't really think of many things before that movie that she was in that I'm aware of. I even really like the other actress who's the other kind of clairvoyant expert. She's not as expertise as the other woman, but she's the one that kind of comes in with her crew to kind of assess whether they have a poltergeist or not. I think that's one of the things that actually we haven't really talked about. That one of the things that actually really sells Poltergeist is the performances overall are really well done, like by just about everybody. Like it sells it. Yeah. And I think if the acting wasn't that strong, the movie would just not, the effects alone wouldn't sell it if the performances weren't what they were.
Yeah, totally.
But yeah. And I mean, I don't know, the second one's okay, but you watch it and you just want to watch the first one again. You know?
Oh man, I could watch that movie on repeat.
Yeah. And the funny thing is,
I feel like by the time I'm done watching it, I want to watch it.
Well, the irony is that, you know, when we watch Poltergeist, we watch it on a TV. And what is a TV in the Poltergeist? It's the thing that, like, you know, attacks you with.
Yeah.
So, it's just neat watching it that way.
Maybe that's one of the captivating things about it is the fact that you kind of can relate to watching TV.
Yeah. Well,
and feeling like sucked into whatever it is. Because I feel like I'm sucked into that movie when I'm watching it.
Well, it's probably one of the earliest horror movies that incorporated modern technology into the horror. I mean, before that, we definitely had a number of movies that would exploit the telephone into horror movies.
Yeah.
But that's the only thing I could really think of.
TV is like kind of like that. Maybe that's where it started. Yeah.
I don't even think there was like a movie. I don't think there was like an old movie where like, oh, something's coming in through the radio.
Yeah.
Oh, what's this weird channel? I think maybe since then there might have been, but not back then.
Yeah. Probably. So that's an interesting observation because there's of course like the telephone trope and how that kind of gets used to different effects. And then there's the TV thing, and maybe that is the first time that we see that because, well, I guess televisions had been around since like the 60s and stuff, but maybe that's the first time you see it.
I just think no one thought to incorporate those things together.
Yeah, you know? Yeah. Well, and it makes me think of other times, other movies that have used it since to varying effects. Like, you know, obviously The Ring uses the television to
videotapes and and I think there's been like some horror movies about like, oh, like don't go on this website. Yeah, it's the cursed website and that kind of a thing.
Later it'll be like, don't download the app.
Yeah. Well, what was nice with what I liked,
anyone who downloads the app dies.
Yeah, I think they were smart with Poltergeist, but they were like at that particular time they were like, well, most people have TV sets and most people can set the channel to some snowy station that's not picking up a reception. Like everyone can kind of relate to that. And I think there's like a weird kind of like, I don't even think it's a theory. It might actually be a fact that I've heard something about how, now TVs, I don't even know if you can set them to those sort of channels, but I almost heard a theory that like, almost like when you're looking at those things, to a degree, you're almost seeing like fractions of like the universe itself or the Big Bang. I can't remember how they explain this, but I guess because, you know, you're getting these like satellite rays kind of coming through and stuff that there's some really weird kind of stuff going on with what you're actually looking at. Like I'd have to look into that about what exactly that thing is when you're seeing those snowy channels.
Yeah. Well, that is an interesting question, right?
Yeah.
And it's one of those things you don't think about it because you're like, I just want to get off that stupid screen and that.
Yeah. Oh, it was the sound that was the worst.
Yeah.
Like I always think, again, in Poltergeist, where like they always leave it on the station where it ends with like the American anthem.
Oh yeah.
And then after that, it's just like, and that's when like, okay, now they're ready. The ghosts are ready. Yeah. But they probably partly did that because they were like, hey, this is a great way for us to, you know, Alfred Hitchcock made you afraid of your shower. I'm going to make you afraid of your TV set. And I don't know. Yeah, it definitely didn't scare me of my TV set, but
no, me neither.
It was just, find something else. You're not going to stop me from watching TV. Even if there are ghosts coming in through it, I'm going to have to just deal with that.
Yeah, if anything, I'm going to watch more TV. I'm looking for the ghosts.
Yeah, I'll be like patting the couch being like, hey, come on up here. I got some popcorn. We'll watch it together.
Yeah.
But no, I'm really kind of glad that we kind of ended the show on The Shining and Poltergeist.
Well, and I'm glad that we didn't even bring it up until the end because I was sitting there like, I was going to mention it early on because I was kind of like, you know, I'd really like to plug my short film right off the bat. but I was like, no, you know, I don't want to talk about Poltergeist. And, you know, we'll see when it comes up. That's
maybe the listeners, maybe they were listening, being like, are they not going to include it?
Yeah.
But no, of course we were. I kind of, because I guess I knew it was going to get covered. Yeah. I just didn't feel like I had to bother going to it until we got there. Same. But I don't know. Yeah, if there was a weird reference, if something like referenced us to bring it up, I mean, I don't think we were stopping ourselves from
I was kind of avoiding it. I was sort of like, okay, you know what, I could maybe mention it here or there, but I'd rather just hold off and save it for the end. Because it is like my favorite, it's without a doubt my favorite haunted house movie. I mean, when we talked about doing a haunted house episode, I was like, well, that's the first thing that comes to mind. And I just love that movie so much. It's like, I don't know. It's a special film.
Speaking of special films, have you seen Poultrygeist?
Oh my gosh.
You might think this is a bad joke, and it is, but it's not a bad joke that I'm making up right now. There is a real movie called Poultrygeist. It has nothing to do with ghosts. It's killer chickens.
What is this?
It's killer. Are you familiar with Trauma Studios?
Trauma Studios. Are they the ones?
Trauma. They did. They're probably most famous for the Toxic Avenger.
Oh, okay.
They do just really over the top kind of gore movies, and actually like a few well known people have come from there.
9-year-old me would have loved that.
Yeah. But Poultrygeist, that's a thing. You can look it up, guys.
Is it worth looking up though?
Maybe if you want to just confirm its existence. I don't know if watching the movie is. To be fair, I haven't watched.
I'm just going to try to forget that it exists, to be honest.
Okay, well, I'm going to make sure I set your alarm to Poultrygeist. You'll wake up every morning to Poultrygeist. Wake up, Kevin. You live in a world where Poultrygeist exists.
No.
It's. I mean, I don't know, unless you like really gory stuff. That's the kind of movie that, I don't know.
We went from the cream of the crop to the...
to the poultry of the Geist.
To the scum on the bottom of the sea.
Yeah. But anyways, I guess, I don't know. I guess that's our haunted house episode.
Yeah. Well, this has been a lot of fun to talk about this. I mean, I do love a lot of these haunted house movies, and there's many, obviously, that I still do need to see and want to see. And certainly will see over the course of time. But that's one of the fun things about going over this is the things you discover and finding out what you want to dive into. And then also just like the process of revisiting a lot of these things and reminiscing, I guess.
Yeah.
So anyway, that's been our haunted house episode. Lots of fun chatting about it. We've now gone on to the these episodes just keep getting longer and longer. If you made it through this episode, congrats to you. That's quite the marathon. We've gone over 4 hours now. It's like 4 hours and 13 minutes, I think.
Oh, that's the real horror of this episode.
Well, anyway, I had a good time. Hopefully, whoever was listening, we hope you had a good time as well. And we will be back on another day here, carrying on our Halloween countdown build-up. I don't know. We just want to keep entertaining you with these conversations. And so we'll be back again in a few days or a week. I don't exactly know when these are going to be scheduled, but we'll be back with another one. And it'll be a nice surprise. More horror and scary sort of Halloween-themed films to come. Oliver Drawson, do you have anything to sign off with?
I guess I don't know if people if you're able to comment on these shows, feel free to comment on maybe any ghost haunted house movies that you would recommend that maybe we missed or just aren't even aware of. And, maybe if you tell us about the ones that you really recommend, we'll watch them and maybe we'll talk about them in Halloween 2024.
Yeah, that sounds good. The engagement makes it more fun for us too, for sure. So anyway, on that note, guess we'll sign off. I'm Kevin Rosmer.
And I'm Oliver Drawson.
Have a good night.